Hey, everybody, welcome to Noir Bar, live from the shadiest district of Noir City in the year of our Lord, 1942. Come on in, grab a seat, put your drink orders in, get comfortable for a late night, laid back time of banter, booze, broads, and bullets. Joining me at the bar tonight is Samael. Sam, how you doing?
I'm worried, Polly. I'm very worried.
Why are you worried?
I don't know, but someone told me not to worry, so I'm trying not to be. How are you?
Well, Sam was freaking out before we went live. And I was like, no, God, just calm down, Sam. It's fine. We'll get it right.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. I had technical injuries and I was panicking.
It's all right. It's fine. Fine. As some people may be wondering, we'll start there. Why the hell there's a jack-o'-lantern on the table? It's there from Halloween. That's it. What? You don't keep your Christmas tree longer than you should? You don't keep your jack-o'-lanterns longer than you should until they start to deflate and fall in on themselves? It happens.
This is the thing. People do it the wrong way around. What you should do, right, is you should only put your Christmas tree up on Christmas Eve and then just leave it for a month rather than putting it up a month early. People just get it all the wrong way around.
Yeah. I was watching this thing on BBC.
Like it always is.
Yeah. A Victorian farm Christmas. So it was dealing with Christmas time from what they could. It was like reality TV mixed with historical research, where they take these actual researchers, this husband and wife couple and their daughter, and they, an actual functioning Victorian farm from the time, and we're going to pretend that we're in 1870, 1880, where they actually sort of live out that thing and do all the things that they did in Christmas at that time. One of the things two things that stood out to me that were really funny. One is, they worked for a while coming up to Christmas. There's a whole bunch of things you have to do on a farm, like make sure the animals have enough hay, and then make sure that you've stacked your hay to dry out, but not if it rains on it, you're fucked because it's all going to go mildewy and shit like that. It's like, wow, everything sucked in ages past, didn't it? It was just nonstop references to that. But getting ready for winter time is a lot of what you're doing at the beginning of December, because it's about to get cold and be cold for the next few months and shit. And they spent the whole month of December setting up all these decorations, but nary a single decoration until Christmas Eve was put out. Not one.
That is the way. That's the way.
You're one of them, Sam. You're one
absolutely.
You're one of those people.
Absolutely.
That's terrible.
The good book is very clear, Polly.
But what's funny is that they do the full-on 12 days of Christmas. So it begins Christmas Eve and then continues on till Candlemas or whatever. No, not Candlemas. That's too far. That's February. And, a little too Catholic 1880s, if you know what I mean. In England, anyway. But yeah, they do the full 12 days of Christmas well into January. So so it makes sense. My mom is looking to throw the Christmas tree out, her Christmas tree 2 or 3 days before New Year's. December 28th, that thing's on the fucking curb, yo. Now I think
she goes to the live tree, yeah.
Oh yes, yeah. And that's a good thing. And these people in their fake fucking trees that they set out.
Yeah, those people.
Josh Montgomery asked what about Advent? Again, it's a little too Catholic. It's just...
I do Advent only from the point of view of I like chocolate.
Oh, like a full-on Advent calendar?
I don't really do the Advent calendar, no, but you can get these bars of chocolate that are divided up into 24 squares, and I get one of those.
Nobody you know. Nary? Nary? Did I say nary?
Yeah, I believe you did.
I do say that word from time to time.
Nary or one.
Oh, yeah, right. Nary a single decoration. Yeah, well, okay. Not a single decoration. For somebody who's got a double negative in their first and last name, you should got a problem with negations, nobody pointing out the irony of it all. So the other thing that popped up is, you could see kind of the awkwardness of what happened is that her mom is showing the daughter how they make cream, how they make eggnog, how they do all the dairy isms, right? And she's talking about, well, milkmaids at this time. And I'm like, milkmaid, yeah, everyone knows the name milkmaid or the term milkmaid, right? It's like, no, actually, like young girl, they would always get the girls to do it. And there was this entire cultural thing in and around milkmaids as being highly erotic because they're farm folk. And it's in the 1880s, right? So everyone's dirty is the short version of the story as the mom's explaining, right? And to do any kind of work with dairy, since it's basically a petri dish, like raw milk is
for kidding,
right? That anything that's going to grow, they don't really have refrigeration, so fuck, you have to be clean to be working with dairy. And so there are young girls that are like 16 to 20 that are doing this work, and they're the only clean people around. And so there's like poems and dirty limericks and fantasizing and all sorts of shit all about milkmaids. And the whole time her daughter is listening to this, who's actually like a pretty blonde girl, is like shaking the buttermilk container to make butter. She's just like starting to shake slower and slower. She's looking at her mom, and her brow is increasingly furrowing the more that she's talking. Like, okay, this is really weird. And it's like, well, sorry, that's just the way they are.
There's a whole lot. There's a whole lot of the milkmaid stuff, and it goes back. It does go back a very, very long way. But of course, the Victorians, kings and queens of euphemism as they were.
Yes.
But yeah, the softness of a milkmaid's hands, all that kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's an inherent eroticness.
Yeah,
eroticity.
That's what her mom was saying. Is that there's this strange eroticism, and yeah, as Nurse Hotbox points out in chat, they've got to shake the containers and they've got to work the not the auger, but the creamer thing that you push up and down. So they got strong hands and strong wrists. Now, again, there's a bunch of innuendo there that I won't go into.
Yeah, we're gonna leave that alone. Jesus. Soft hands and strong arms. Yeah. Now that's what Christmas is all about.
Right? Merry fucking Christmas to me. It was all very English too, because it's like on Christmas Eve you go to the Lord's house and like the landlord literally, and give them gifts and be like, hey, thanks for all the stuff. And it was like incumbent upon the Lord to welcome all of you into his home for this time. And you usually don't see him much throughout the year, except for this time when it's like, yeah, that's weird. The whole thing was just decidedly un-American watching that happen, where it's like, oh, the Lord is lowering himself to allow you to come into his abode as he, you're going to go give him gifts for being a genteel landowner and not putting too harsh of a tax upon you or treating you too badly. Again, it's all decidedly un-American. The whole point is
to abase oneself before the Lord.
And they're all fine with it, right? They just roll like it's a strange thing watching BBC or any content creation from like YouTube content creators from Britain. They will use phrasing that yes is absolutely used in America, but does not carry the connotations that it does, like working class. You can be a very rich person and still described as working class. The class system is still very much intact. I remember a professor of mine went and he taught for 12 years in the UK at different universities, largely at one. And when he was talking about American politics and early Revolutionary War era and early Republic era, saying to get rid of the class system was a huge thing. And it wasn't about the noblemen sort of trying to eradicate the gentlemen, as it were, trying to eradicate their own status. It was about the people who weren't gentlemen trying to eradicate the gentleman's status. It's like, hey, I'm a worker and I paid for my son to get into. He went to Harvard Law School, which is absolutely possible as long as you paid, and you paid to get the appointment, and that's exactly what they were trying to get rid of. I had to work an additional 3 years just to afford the money to pay off the gentleman to recommend my son to get an appointment at Harvard Law. What the fuck is that about?
Right. I see. It's sort of how, like the class system. I mean, depending on how far you go back in Britain, less so nowadays, but still very. There are still elements of it. It is almost a caste system, and was for a very very long time. You know, one did not have social mobility. One was appointed to one's status by one's betters, and that's how it was. Yeah, the social mobility in Britain is a very very new thing.
I remember
so-
okay, two things again. I remember my friend who's he's a PhD student in history, and he's very much an Anglophile. He does a lot of World War II stuff, and there's a lot of English stuff as related to World War II, or British stuff as related to World War II. And he's talking about it. I was talking about the Revolutionary War and the British generals, Howe and whatnot, and his brother, Admiral Howe, and so forth, and how they got their positions where they couldn't leave because they had to look over their land holdings, and then were stuck in the position of putting a cousin in charge of their land holdings. And I'm like, did they draw exclusively from aristocracy for their officer corps in the Navy and the Army? And he's like, yes, but by default was his answer. And I'm like, what do you mean? They were the only people that could afford the purchase of the commissions. And I'm like, whoa. The what? He goes, oh yeah, they purchased their commissions, man. They bought their rank. And he's like, yeah, that was standard practice for centuries, man. Which is so just, like, if you're not used to that information, that's fucking crazy town. But there it is.
Well, the alternative is to earn it through field commendation and you know, what wealthy person wants to do that? Am I right?
That's still amazing to me.
Mm-hmm.
And the penetration of the notion that military service carries along with it a certain distinction.
Prestige.
Distinguishedness. Yeah, let's just go with distinction. How about that? Yeah, I'm drinking. What? It's a fucking bar.
Oh.
Yeah, what the hell? It's so you've got this wonderful fucking education. Great. What else have you done with your life? Where did you serve? Well, I didn't serve. Fucking pussy. Now they're British, so they didn't say that. They just tutted under their breath. But I find that interesting. It's like you wanted to go on the 3-month journey across the Atlantic to go put down some fucking revolt in the British Caribbean holdings in the West Indies. Yes. Because you were kind of useless in certain circles if you hadn't done that. Yeah, but you're running a good chance of like falling ill at sea and dying, which you ran like a 10% chance of doing, or getting killed, of course, in military service because you're seeing actual fucking combat, musket balls a-flying and whatnot. You're like, yeah, well, you had to do it. It's like, wait, even the aristocracy, even the blue bloods? And it's,
That's the peak of gentlemanly endeavor, right?
It is. And 'twas, and makes me think that, like, of all the English ladies, it would like marry up with some guy who then would immediately go off.
Well, many things were afoot during those times.
This is what I'm saying. Like, was Victorian, the much discussed Victorian sexual repression, really about just not talking about the gin-soaked whores that you visited down on the Bowery and the gentlemanly callers that you had over to your home?
Yes, it was.
It's like we just
freaking
we just don't discuss those matters. It's just not done. And it's you mean you don't talk about how you're a bunch of fucking drunken whores?
No better than the French.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
My My God.
The thing that sets us apart from those continental pig dogs is that we don't talk about it.
Good relevant time of
Absolutely,
day,
yes.
everyone. And a good relevant time of day to you too, Green Badger. I have a Green Badger is a long time viewer listener. Kind of shows up for Noir Bar and nothing else. I dig it. Used to be there for comic book curation, if I remember correctly, and even early Noir Bar streams when we were before we were even at location 1. My God. Andrew Thorson brings up service guarantee citizenship. Okay, so you've seen Starship Troopers, Sam.
I have.
Okay. I love that they specifically, explicitly, by name, call out political scientists as being partly responsible for the downfall of society. I love that so much. Like, you think I'd be against that? I'm like, no, that's awesome. I work with these people. It could totally happen. I
appreciate and identify with the sentiment.
Yeah, and that it's Michael Ironside of all people doing it. How could you ask for better? And he's like, a time when the political scientists and social theorists nearly brought our civilization to an end. And I'm like, I point at the screen and laugh every time. And the veterans took over and reorganized everything. That's like, really, the veterans? Yeah, the people who actually had skin in the game as opposed to the ivory tower thinkers. Okay. So, I realize he's not everybody's favorite content creator, but Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin, did a video, and it is his, in my opinion, magnum opus. It's his single best video he's ever made, called The Politics of Starship Troopers. It's like 2 hours long. It is a long slog, but it is basically him. It's 100% scripted. Him writing out his thoughts and talking about how here's the book, here's the movie, here's the politics that lay therein, and the differences between the book and the movie. And he ends up just saying, Earth did nothing wrong. Because in the movie, it's very much presented as, ironically, that Earth is to blame. Earth started the war with the bugs. You know what I mean? And it's supposed to be this fascist state that Earth is now operating under, or operating within. Everybody just gives selflessly to the state generation after generation. There's nothing higher than dying for one state. And it's like, well, okay, no, that's not what's going on in the movie, but you end up cheering on the humans anyway because they're in a fight for their lives, if you know what I mean. The bugs are looking to exterminate them. The movie is shown...
Ironically enough.
What's that?
Ironically enough, the bugs are looking to exterminate the humans.
Yes. What's awesome about it is he does lay out the one thing that if you watch the movie and pay the fuck attention, or just happen to notice it the one time you've seen it, the movie is shown out of sequence in non-chronological order. It's the fucking bugs who started the war, not the humans. The movie starts with them on Big K, where they're the planet where they're having the fight, and then goes back and then shows how Rico eventually got to the spot where he was in, where he's falling and dying at the beginning of the movie. And then again, you have to see the sequence. So here's what happened in part 1. In order, this is the sequence of events. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's like, the bugs started it. Humans did nothing wrong. What's funny about that video is how strongly in support of the notion of the politics that humanity's run on, that Earth is run on, that Sargon ends up being a fan of and championing by the end of the video. That's the best part. He's like, yeah, this is a good idea. Because it's not, it is the line service guarantee citizenship right from the novel, right? That you don't get to vote unless you are a veteran, unless you've gained full citizenship. Now, it doesn't mean that you are living as one of the proles, like in 1984, where you have no rights, no money, no nothing. You just don't have full citizenship, which means you can't vote, you can't do this, you can't do that. They take one thing extra far, and it's like, you can't have children unless you're a full citizen. No, they added that in the movie. That's not in the book. Of course, you can still have children, because otherwise, where would Rico have come from? because neither of his parents were citizens. They actively tried to
Yeah.
stop him. So where the hell did he come from then?
You're talking interstellar warfare. You're really going to deny, perfectly capable members of your species from producing potential soldiers? Yeah, that's just dumb. That's fucking dumb.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong, Gokado. That people point like the Mormon. I love it. They drag in the Mormons. The Mormons at Outpost Joe Smith. Really? Okay. Okay. And
I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah, there's like the horrific graphic footage from the news cameras that are like panning over all the corpses and ripped up bodies and blood splattered every fucking where, all the dead Mormons, and laying there right in the middle is one of the golden statues of the angel Moroni with his trumpet that's at the top of all of all Mormon temples. I'm like, you even recreated the angel Moroni statue? Holy shit, no one ever mentions that. That's like, really is singled them right the fuck out like that, huh?
If I'm remembering correctly, that was the whole animosity that the bugs had towards humanity, right? Was just that humans were here in this particular section of space, and they saw it as their territory, and humanity just didn't know, and then the bugs attacked, right? That's the foundation for the
That is the
Bugs'
believed
hostility,
foundation. Right? The bugs had already sent rocks to attack Earth before the Mormon extremists settled in the demilitarized zone between the bugs and humans. The bugs had already attacked with the rocks before, with the asteroids, rather, before the Mormons settled there. But that was the humans' act of war, so to speak, by settling there and then slaughtering them. Yeah, you're in our territory. You're too close.
Mm-hmm.
And so the human response is to fucking eradicate them, because the bugs are going to keep shooting asteroids until we're gone. They won't stop. Why would they? Yeah. What's Doogie Howser's line? What's Doogie Howser's name, the actor?
It's been a minute. Let me look.
Barney from How I Met Your Mother.
Oh, Neil Patrick Harris.
Neil Patrick Harris, thank you. He becomes the totally not an SS Gestapo intelligence officer at all. You ignore that black leather foot-length coat he's wearing, all right? You don't pay attention to that hat with that disturbingly similar Nazi symbolism on it. Just don't worry about it.
Ironically enough, the gay guy makes such a good Nazi.
He does. No, he makes a great Nazi. He's like, what is it? It's like, he was, so Rico, your squad was sent to Big K, to P, to Planet P. You went to P. The survival rate of that mission was calculated to be less than 10% or whatever number he said. And it's like, and you sent them anyway? And it's like, you listen here. And he gives them this speech. He goes, we're in it for the species here, people. I make decisions every day that cost tens of thousands of lives, like blah, blah, blah. And you're going back to P, I'll have you know, because of the brain bug they're after and all that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. We're in it for the species here, people. And I keep thinking back to Quiz, trying to justify how 40K isn't, yes, it's grim dark, but actually makes sense, because the human being, the Imperium of man is in a fight for existence. So therefore,
basically,
yes, you do need commissars. That came out the amount of times, why are there so many 40K fans that are into, one, spending a lot on commissar minis, two, have to have a commissar on the board, even if he's not adding, with the points that he has, he's not really adding that much tactical value to your setup, or whatever you want to call it, using the language of the game. And people love dressing up and cosplaying as commissars. I'm like, commissars are evil as fuck. When you have to stand behind your soldiers with a gun to make sure they fight, this is not good. And
it's the whole role play of it, though, right?
Yeah.
As regards to having the pieces on the fucking board, yeah. The balance, so to speak.
Nurse Hotbox, what's a 40K? Good question.
Oh God.
Warhammer 40. Hey, let the noob explain.
I'll be right back while you do this.
No, let's see. Because I asked Quiz this
Mhm.
this form of question. I've known Quiz about 5 years now, and I've asked him this form of this question multiple times, and he has yet to successfully pull it off ever, even once. Okay. Quiz, in as few sentences as possible, hopefully no more than 3, can you explain X to me? He's never been able to do it. Because I know Quiz. Like, I'm good friends with the guy. You know what I mean? I know what happens when I ask him something about something he knows about. You know, it doesn't go well. He tries, and then, you know, so 10 minutes later, right? It's just so what is Warhammer 40,000 in, like, you know, as few sentences as possible, hopefully no more than 3. It's a large fictional universe like Lord of the Rings or Star Trek or whatever. It's an entire genre unto itself that encompasses video games, tabletop wargaming with minis and rules that you play by, and movies and stuff like that, and animated features. There's 2 sentences. It takes place in the year 40,000, so therefore people shorten it to 40K when its full name is actual Warhammer 40,000. Semicolon, and it is about in the year 40,000, the grim dark future, there is nothing but war, because there is a number of other species, orcs and Eldar and that all fight against humanity, which is referred to as the Imperium of Man, comma. And it's all very complex, and there's a hell of a lot of lore and stories and novels associated with it, and the depth of it and the breadth of it is the thing that people really nerd out over, comma, and there's a lot of them, period. There, 3 sentences, Sam. How was that? Was that all right?
I mean, you used a semicolon followed by a connective, so I've got to dock a point for that, but I'll allow it. I think if I had time to sort of jot it down, I could probably do it in one.
Starbucks. Mea maxima culpa. I'm sorry I asked. That's great. That's hilarious.
Mea maxima culpa. It's been a minute since I've seen anyone use that.
Yeah.
You know, besides me.
The only time I ever hear anyone say that is, like, ironically, or, you know, at Mass. But, you know, my fault.
I said it to my mother last week.
Yeah. I do hear people say it, like, in movies. Like, okay, yeah, all right, go ahead, do your mea culpas or whatever. Like, when it's a dismissive statement, go give your fake apology.
Mm-hmm.
You never hear it? You never see it come up in fiction or anything like that?
Not with any great degree of frequency. No. That being said, I don't consume as much noir and neo-noir as I perhaps should, and I feel like it's that kind of sophisticated language. It's certainly not ubiquitous in modern media.
Yeah, fair enough. Ubiquitous would be a little far gone, but should we like look at some 40K figures and then tell Quiz that he missed it? Oh my God, we were talking.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We'll show one just so we can say we did it, just so I can go torture him with it later.
Just give me a minute, Polly. I've just got to take care of something real quick. Sorry.
That's fine.
You go ahead and entertain the peoples, and I'll be back.
All right. The commas was intent. Thank you for bringing that song into my mind there. Who was it that said that? Somebody started singing that 80s song, De Commissar, and I was like, yeah. De Commissar. So looking at this is... So I do tabletop wargaming myself, but I don't do a fantasy, yo. I do Black Powder from Warlord Games, Revolutionary War, because I'm into that historical period in a big way. And I have this thing I like to call patriotism. So yeah, I like dealing with tabletop wargaming for that. But with that said, there's no denying that some of the sculpts from Warhammer 40k, the shape of the miniatures that you do in 20 millimeters scale, pretty fucking awesome. There is my favorite one, Saint Celestine from the Imperium of Man. Fuck, geez, awesome. Extremely well sculpted and cool looking. Hold on, let me. One of these days, I'm going to remember the prompts. The keyboard. There we go. Scratch. I need to see the tabs. There she is. Looking very cool. Very awesome with the scroll things, making her look like she's suspended in midair and whatnot. And then this person has really gone all out. I mean, the whole point in minis like this and tabletop wargaming of this sort is to paint them yourself. And this is somebody who's clearly very, very skilled at what they're doing. You need to zoom out, Polly. All right, Gilcotto, I would. There we go. But we can't appreciate the detail of all of the shading work that they've put in.
How did I know I'd come back to St. Celestine?
Because it's awesome and exceptionally Catholic. You get out of my fucking head, Sam. It's fine. Somebody who is super cool in the AAA chat sent me one of these. And it is not a cheap mini. They run like $50? Because
oh, yeah, cheerfully.
When you hold all the cards, you can charge what you want. That's the blunt truth of it. And Games Workshop, who owns Warhammer 40k, along with a number of other intellectual properties. Hey, listen, Warhammer 40k is what? A 60-70% market share of all tabletop wargaming?
Oh, yeah, easily. Well, we looked it up, didn't we? Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Excuse me. When you're watching to learn how to do something DIY, like painting minis, for example, you're going to go onto YouTube, very common thing, to get tutorials and watch stuff. And yeah, I learned to paint my Revolutionary War minis watching people paint Warhammer 40k minis. Because if you're watching anybody on YouTube do anything painting minis, they're going to be doing 40k around 90% of the time. Everybody else, World War II, D&D, historical wargaming, all of that fits into the remaining 10% that's left. Right?
Yeah, those nerds.
Yeah. I would still like an explanation as to how tabletop wargaming is so excessively British. Warlord Games that I buy from, Games Workshop, everything that matters in tabletop wargaming, all the minis, all the systems, all the books published are all coming out of England. Why?
Well,
why is that?
I think, I mean, Britain has got a very, very long history of board games. You know, they've acquired a great many of them from around the world, thanks in no small part to their empire. It's a sort of it's a great cultural enjoyment, I suppose, or greatly enjoyed across British culture and indeed the Anglosphere in general, right? And Britain has got they've got quite the history when it comes to tactics and battle and strategy and so on and so on and so forth. And I think I think that's why it features so heavily in the culture initially, which stands to reason why that would give rise to so much of their such a large part of their culture focusing on stuff like wars. I mean, the Second World War, for example, at least in in modern times, it's when I was living in the UK and going to school over there. We spent more time in history class talking about the Second World War than literally anything else, and which would strike you as quite strange, apart from the fact it's the most recent major conflict that they've been involved in, like seriously major conflict that they've been involved in.
Yeah.
Considering the rich tapestry of history that Britain has, but yeah, from that comes tabletop games like Risk, I think is one.
Oh yeah, Risk, of course.
Yeah, that was very popular for a time. and then you take that and you extrapolate it out to the modern era, where high fantasy, sci-fi, and science fantasy is a thing. It almost stands to reason that they would be the ones to come up with all of these different variations on the theme of tabletop battle.
Yeah, makes sense.
Which is not to say that America won't. I think there's quite a lot of quite a big push in America to take up more market share. But America's got Silicon Valley, right? So video game production is really huge in America, and I think the absence of needing such a big share of the tabletop market has led to Britain sort of remaining, but by default, such a large shareholder when it comes to tabletop.
I can tell you this.
That's my theory.
Going into Black Powder, like Warlord Games has its entire series of historical wargaming, and they break it up by eras. Like Hail Caesar, well, take a wild guess what era that is. Pike and Shot, Black Powder, and then Bolt Action. And so it's like by the weaponry, basically. And I played Black Powder, which encompasses everything from the Napoleonic Wars to the 7 Years' War, or the French and Indian Wars, it was called North America, to the American Revolutionary War. And that's the era I play in. And you see a couple of things come up that it is made in the UK. First of all, they don't call it the American Revolutionary War. They call it AWI, the American War for Independence. And it's like, yeah, right.
Yeah.
And the second thing you notice is that half or more of all of their energy and time and sculpts and books and everything else are dedicated to what? Not just the Napoleonic Wars, but the Battle of Waterloo particularly.
Yeah.
And who's surprised?
I can't let that one. No one. Least of all me.
And least of all me, right? It's like, well, yeah, I mean, it's the battle where Wellington took down Napoleon, and good on him. It was a well-fought, well-won battle, man, and a massive one at that. And what finally brought an end to Napoleon, but the British...
They're not going to focus on fucking Agincourt, are
they? This is the other thing. I brought this up because nothing is more Warhammer 40k associated than the fucking Space Marines. I mean, holy shit. Oh, wait a minute, Sam. I'm not even saving or sharing my screen with you, am I?
No. I do have the stream up though, because of course I like to keep chat open so I can see what the wonderful people in your audience are talking about at the same time.
There we go.
We do pay attention to chat here.
Yes,
we do that.
Yeah, I've got this double screen thing working because I still haven't got my third fake screen back with the additional laptop. But on the main screen is everything I'm sharing. On the secondary screen is OBS plus chat. So it's split. I've always got it up, which unfortunately, if anyone decides to be so generous as to tip the bartender, that's me. I'm going to have to jump to another screen, which is what I end up doing on AAA and whatnot. But the detail of this, like every edge that this person has gone around with the side of their brush, that's how you do that in terms of highlighting. Wild amounts of detail.
It truly is a fantastic. I mean, and that is a fine like showcase piece.
Fucking right.
The detail that people pay, right?
Yeah, and people do it fucking professionally, for God's sake, if you know what I mean. Because it's when the people go through the trouble to base it with flocking and whatnot to give it looks like it's real ground. Well, it doesn't look like real ground without some rocks there that we've bothered to paint for texture, and it's like, holy shit, guys. Frankie O says,
look at that though, like the. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, look at like the each individual finger is painted.
Yeah.
For Christ's sakes.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just.
And
not just a single color.
The shading as well, like around the Imperium of Man insignia, you see the shadow that happens through using a particular type of paint called wash or ink, and then you prime them, and then you base coat them, and then your base colors, and then you wash them, and then you highlight, and then you do dry brushing, and then all of these techniques, and it's like all for these little 20mm bases. This thing stands no higher than 2 quarters on top of each other. That's how small it is, to give you a little perspective. Somebody went all out with their Black Templar captain here.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. That's pretty
You,
retarded.
you don't even have to be a fan of the medium to appreciate just the workmanship that's gone into the modeling and the painting. It's
Yeah.
it's impressive stuff.
So of course, when I'm going to bring up any one of the Space Marines, I'm going to bring up the Black Templars because, well, you know, they're cool.
Yeah. Yes, they are. You were going to bring up something that someone mentioned in chat, I believe.
Did I still have that Commissars in Town song in my head? I've been drinking.
Oh,
what was
dear.
it?
I don't remember. I don't remember. Andrew Thorsten, I believe.
Oh,
Oh no, wait.
Go back to what Andrew Thorsten said. Did you ever play Rivet Wars, Polly? No, I didn't. Like as in World War II. That's what Quiz and I jokingly call people who play World War II gaming. Rivet counters. As I said one time when I was at my local gaming shop, there's like just historical wargaming is often its own section, like a massive section unto itself, and 50% of the wall space is dedicated towards World War II. That is by far, without a doubt, the biggest thing in historical wargaming. Everything else combined is like half of what just World War II is. Because there's so many countries and so many tanks and so many soldiers, different uniforms, so much different stuff to work on. Right? That people,
Right.
you know, go crazy with.
Well, it was a turning point. It was a turning point, really, wasn't it? Sort of like the sort of the division, the start of a new era of warfare. Really, the not that artillery hadn't been paid attention to, but like the concept of like mechanized artillery and air warfare. Just it really didn't come close in the First World War. You know, the Second World War was very much fought just as much in the air as it was on land and sea. At least from a continental perspective.
Yeah. Holy shit, Sam. Look at that.
Oh. Boy, means business.
Yeah, it's a Black Templar killing a heretic.
Yeah. There's something on your face.
Yeah.
It's heresy.
Look, he's got his thumb jabbed in through his eye socket. Jesus Christ. I mean, look at the detail. Son of a bitch. I mean, and that's a gaming piece, y'all. That is set down on a board where it's like, I'm killing you wherever I move. You know,
I'm going to kill you, but first, I'm going to hurt you.
Yeah.
Real bad.
But the Quiz is the one who introduced me to the phrase rivet counters, and I was sitting there looking at the wall because they get so detailed with everything. And I said, this isn't artistic. This is autistic. He laughed for like 5 minutes. It was... I remember watching a video with a guy who, okay, so he's making he's painting these German Panzer tanks, okay, that were produced in a given year. And World War II happened recently enough ago that you can get highly detailed information in terms of what was going on and what the uniforms were and what the particular insignia on the uniforms were and what the tanks looked like and stuff and actual photographs and whatnot. This man was able to find out what color of paint went on these German Panzer tanks of this particular design and iteration of them, right? So it's going, and thus you can plot it on a histogram and you can do that particular color. But this is not when these tanks were being issued, or deployed rather. This was a North African campaign in World War II that he was painting these tanks for. So if you're going to have Rommel with his tank divisions, that means they're going to be under the sun. And this is 2 years after that they've been produced and painted. So he looked up, and this was all on this board that I was just reading in fascination at the autism. The effect that paint has in terms of bleaching colors and at what rate the colors will bleach and become lighter. And he went through the trouble to do that to the paint. Like, okay, here's what the original paint color would look like the day it rolled off the assembly line fully freshly painted. But here's the color it would be after 2 years of sun bleaching and painted. Yeah, like I said, this is not artistic. It's autistic. And that's why they get the name rivet counters. Everything has to be that fucking detailed.
I mean, the autism is the word. Autism is the word. I mean, the only sort of thing that comes to mind where a similar level of attention is paid when it comes to paint is like classic car restoration, frankly.
Oh yeah,
You know,
good call.
it's like this. Okay, yeah, this is what the base paint looks like now. It's been painted over 2 times, so that's had an effect on it. Plus, it would have been covered with this, you know, body paint, and it would have been painted this way for about 6 years. So even though it looks like this color, if we want to restore it to the original color, we actually need to use this to match the original, the original coloration. But that looks like 4 shades darker. Yeah, well, you have to account for things like sun bleaching. It's just, yeah. I only know this because my old man used to do car bodywork.
Fair enough.
Way back in the day. I mean, he's a fucking old man now. You know, he's in his mid-70s. But yeah, he's told me he's explained to me at great length the ins and outs of car bodywork painting. And yeah, it's comparable. It's very, very comparable.
I love this fake gamer cat. As an autistic, checks out.
Oh yeah, no, seconded, absolutely.
I have learned to not, how can I say it? As long as it's not destructive to somebody's life, that this is the only thing they do, to go like hyper nerd on something. Like, okay, good friend of mine, friend of the show, the one-ton Hammer. Hammer, if you're listening, you rock. He is a big performance hound. Always has been. My nickname for people that are like that, right? When he was a car guy, he would do what he needed to do to wring those extra 5 horsepower out of the vehicle. And you end up diminishing returns, right? How much money, how much time in just fucking with the exhaust system to lower back pressure so you get a few more horsepower out of it. Hey, if you're a performance hound, that's where your head's at, right?
Yeah.
Now, and he always has been an IT guy, a computer guy. Holy shit! Yeah, the detail. Sam, you've talked to Hammer, right? Like the
I have, yeah.
And I know Hammer, and Gilcata, who are both IT guys and both computer nerds. I have sat there and listened to them talk about performance and the kind of gains received from doing what and not. And I've asked you about, okay, so the difference between an AMD Ryzen 5 and an Intel i5, 12th generation, right? What is the difference? You start talking about internal chip architecture and whatnot. And yeah, so I try not judge, right? Because it's like, unless it's debilitating to someone's life, fuck it, leave them alone. Let them. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, I get it. You're running for performance in one direction. Somebody in chat said it seems a bit excessive. Green Badger said that. Yeah, it is. That's the whole point for them. How excessive? How far can you take it in one area?
That is just the thing, though. That it really is the thing. And I mean, like the question of like the Ryzen line of processors versus like the i5, i7, i9, etc. Just it can be very difficult sometimes to quantify what the meaningful difference is to the end user. It can be very, very difficult. But at the same time, you do need people with that level of obsession of a detail and the obsession over microtechnology and all that kind of thing. Otherwise, we would still likely be running single-core processors or, you know, slapping a V12 and everything.
Right.
When it comes to cars.
Yeah.
As opposed to what we're doing now, which is, you know, getting the smallest, most efficient, 4-cylinder engines, and they're pushing the Formula One cars around the track at fucking 210 mile an hour, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I absolutely know it. Like, I have lots of conversations with Reaper about guns because we're both gun nerds, right? And we will have the conversation now, and you will hear the statement said, is there really a big difference between half MOA and quarter MOA? What is that really doing for you in terms of accuracy, minute of angle, MOA? How tight are the groups of shots you're firing, basically, if you're doing like long-range rifle stuff? That isn't really producing any demonstrable results that are going to be efficacious in any kind of real-world shooting scenario. And it's like, yeah, but this is competition shooting. So yeah, it matters. And you can't forget the intentional or unintentional autism involved in how much performance can I wring out of this rifle? How much detail can I put in? Absolutely diminishing returns. Thousands of dollars that you put in and hours and hours and hours of work to shrink your groups from 3/4 of an inch to 1/2 inch at 100 yards. And it's like, what difference does a 1/4 of an inch tighter group at 100 yards make? I don't know. The feeling of satisfaction at having pulled it off.
Precisely.
It's like the feeling of satisfaction, like you mentioned, in having correctly recreated the paint color on a given classic car. It's tough to describe. I look at Zelthor with his computer setup, right? He built it. He wanted to future-proof it. He planned out what he was going to get for months and wanted this particular CPU because and this video card and the whatnot. And you remember me asking about video cards as a noob. I didn't know. I was just like, so seriously, was seriously a 3050 Ti and a 3060? I don't get it. Well, there's a 3060 Ti too. There is? The fuck does Ti mean? Like, it's like the Ti is a way of extending the life of the 3050 so you don't have to get a 3060. Oh. Oh, that was a nice short answer. Quiz, why can't you learn from
Pretty
this?
much.
That's how you answer things briefly, okay?
And this is, I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, being able to answer the question like that allows people to decide whether or not they want to ask the question. Okay, but how? And if they don't, fine. People can be happy at various different levels of explanation.
Yeah.
That's a skill in and of itself. Not to not quiz at all.
I just love busting his balls, and he takes it pretty well. So it's and, believe me, if you've ever heard Quiz and I stream together, he gives as good as he gets. It's fine. It is 100% fine.
I don't know, Polly. I'm just more of a dueling pistols kind of guy rather than sniper duels across the canyon.
Oh man, when Reaper showed me those DIY make them yourself smoothbore musket pistols, and he's like, well, you were saying you wanted a pair of dueling pistols. He's like, you could buy 2 of these and make them. They're only going for like a couple $100 each. You know what I mean? And then make them yourself. And I've done woodwork. That is a very attractive idea. I kind of really wish Reaper had never showed me that.
Put the idea in your head.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I look at the set of dueling pistols, and if you don't think I'd have them in a fucking wood case on my mantle with a leather glove sat beside them in case somebody offended my honor, it became an affair of honor, and I had to pick up the leather glove and whoosh, across the face. I demand satisfaction, sir. You have insulted my honor. With these at dawn, as I pull out my dueling pistols. Let's bring back the dueling tradition. Am I right?
Right. No, this is the thing. This is the thing as we move forwards into as we progress into an increasingly more and more liberal society. I see no reason why 2 consenting adults should not be able to duel each other to the death.
This is what I'm saying. And while we're at it, let's check out some dueling pistols. Okay.
Oh yes, let's.
I mean, that is a beautiful vintage set. Oh yeah, it's from an auction. Oof.
Oh.
So for all the little stuff and things in there that some of y'all's might not recognize immediately, there are the... I love how it shrinks when I'm hitting, plus. Great. You know what?
I have been, I would say questioned, but it's more like complained at when it comes to this kind of thing by ex-girlfriends and all that kind of thing. Why do you need all this stuff? Like, why do you need all this and that and the other? And I've after giving it some thought, I have come up with a cunning answer. So, gentlemen of the audience, and ladies too, if you are so inclined, if you are ever questioned by your significant other as to why it is that you need all of these doohickeys and thingamywhats and stuff, take your significant other to the bathroom, and just demonstrate to them, remind them of all the lotions and potions and creams and powders that they leave all around your bathroom. Assuming, of course, you are the primary homeowner or primary name on the lease, I should say. I mean, and if that doesn't answer that question, leave them. Ouch.
Look at that. An 1850 vintage pair of pistols.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Isn't it, though? I can tell you what all the stuff and things are for. I mean, everything is singled off, which is very interesting. The idea is that one individual, one of the seconds in the classic dueling tradition, would load both pistols and then turn to the gentleman involved in the affair of honor, and you select your pistol. So it's like having one guy load all the parachutes, but then not being able to pick his own. You never load your own parachute. then you're doing it like you don't know. This might be your parachute, so you're careful with every single one. The idea being there's only one set of loading equipment, and there's only one powder horn, which is this guy right there in the center. There's only one powder measure, which is this brass guy up to the top right here, et cetera, et cetera. There's only one ramrod. So one person, usually somebody second, will load both pistols and then turn around and say, select your weapon. And so you know that, whichever one I take, they're both loaded as best this guy could. Because either one could end up in his partner's hands. Which is a good way of doing it, right? And then in the center, the big old thing that looks like a pair of pliers is the bullet mold for the smooth ball that you're going to be loading down the bore. Just fantastic. Look at that setup. Isn't that fucking awesome? And then there's the little lead dripper right there. I don't know if you can see where my cursor is pointing.
Oh, yeah, I can do, yeah.
That's the lead dripper that you drip off into the mold, and then when you lift it apart, it separates the two sides of the mold, and then the ball drops out. Yeah, this is great.
This set does have two ramrods though.
It does actually. Now that I'm looking at it, yeah. I love how they've got polished balls on the polished handles, ball handles on the end, and that they're fluted barrels. Those long cuts along the barrel. I think of that as like a modern thing, and it's like, no, 1850s era, they fluted those fucking barrels, man. That is very cool. I'm gonna save that picture. Fucking cool.
And it does seem to be hexagonal exterior to the barrel as well. That's something I would typically regard as a more modern thing, but no, seemingly not.
The other thing I have no idea what it is the big wooden-looking disc. I'm not certain what that's for. It might be metal, and that's where your that's your lead crucible, perhaps. I don't know.
Oh, quite possibly. A little box for what or something like that.
Oh, the chisel-looking thing is to... Oh, God, I love that I know the proper word for this. Is to cut off the sprue. So when you pour the lead into the ball maker here, your little bullet mold, there's going to be a top piece that isn't perfectly round that you've poured through the hole. Yeah, and so you need to cut that sprue, it's called, section off, and that's what that chisel item is for, it's your sprue cutter. Love it.
Just like with minis.
Yes, just like with minis, indeed. I remember, this just jogs my memory when I was, like, Eve used to do 40K, right? Minis, and she hasn't painted in quite some time, but she definitely used to. And I was sitting there, they do modern injection molding for minis that are in sprues. They look like... so people know what we're talking about. Wow, I don't even know what those thought. They look like switches. A sprue gripper. Yokado, what are we looking at? This is your fucking arena. This looks like electronic stuff. Mini sprues. Let's just go 40K, and then we'll see. That ought to fill us in. There we go. This is the way the minis come. With inside of a frame, and the frame is referred to as the sprue, which is the extra material in a molding process that is left over, whether it be lead or miniatures like this. So the molding process leaves a mold line, because there's two halves of the mold that are put together, and right along the halves, right through the center of your minis that are unpainted, like these are unpainted minis, Games Workshop, will be a mold line, and you have to scrape that off if you give any fuck about a detail at all. So which is just taking a hobby knife and scraping with the side of it. And I was doing that while I was talking, hanging out in voice chat, and Eve was there. I'm like, Eve, did you ever take the time to scrape mold lines? And she was doing something. She was playing a video game and wasn't answering, right? This is when her gaming chair was that recliner that she fell asleep in all the time, remember?
Yeah.
And I'm like...
Still does.
Yeah. And I'm like, Eve, you listening? Oh, you never scrape mold lines? Oh, I see. So it's just, and I started running off the mouth, right? I'm like, I see. Yeah, it's exactly like you to leave a detail like that out. You only magnify what mistakes are underneath when you leave the mold lines, right? The more layers of paint and primer that you put on there. And I just keep going, no, your minis probably looked like crap. And she's like, wait, what are you saying? Hold on, what? And I said, you never scraped some mold lines, did you? And then she went off in this rant that I wished I would have recorded because I would totally have it as a donation. I'll have you know I scraped the hell out of some mold lines back in the day. And
It was an Evie rant.
It was
like a poly rant, but decidedly more feminine.
It was pretty priceless. I scraped the hell out of some mold lines.
I tell you what, boy.
And you know the one thing that occurs to me with every time you bring up like the performance hounds going after, be it trying to squeeze a few bits smaller in your minutes of angle, or trying to get a slightly faster computer or whatever, and people are like, no, I don't do that. No, I don't do that. There's the one thing that I can, like, you know, the trump card I can pull out, like I was playing Pinochle or some shit. Be like, you play video games, don't you? Yeah. Have you ever gone back on a game you finished to complete every single side quest and collect all the items? Well, yeah. Aha! You busted.
So you do that. Yeah.
It's like, that's not the same thing. No, it is. It's being a completionist because there's no actual purpose in what you're doing. There is. I want to fully finish the game. Right. You want to take the thing as far as you can. I hear you. I'm not judging. You know, I totally am, though.
And then there are certain game production companies, not to mention any names, Nintendo, that totally take advantage of the 100% completion crowd, and like 60% of the game's development is just fluffing out 100% achievement, achievements.
Right.
I photograph every fucking blade of grass, discarded handbag, and air molecule. Stuff like that.
In getting ready for, somebody says, I forget who it was. They said, I suck at painting. I'm not really sure. T.I. the rapper? God damn, always lost. No, not T.I. the rap. I hate T.I. Sam. Like, I'm a fan of hip hop, right? Yeah, I fucking hate me some T.I. That guy's so full of shit. He has such an opinion of himself being like this high-minded galaxy brain intellectual, and he is that guy that just memorizes multisyllabic words and throws them out like inappropriately. It's like and makes up words. I'm sorry. Go in an attempt to.
Sorry, he does so in an attempt to appear photosynthesis. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. He doesn't want the conflagration of his words to edify his audience. And it's like, that, wait, hold on. No, those are words, but made no sense in the sentence you just used. And he's hoping that he can get away with it, right? It's fuck T.I.
A lyrical phlebotomist.
And a spectacular studio gangster, if there ever was one.
Worse than 50 Cent?
In a lot of ways, yeah. Because like 50 Cent ended up getting himself shot up over some dumb shit that he shouldn't have been involved in, and then capitalized on it, quite literally. Whereas T.I. ended up doing what a lot of dudes do, which is like, hey, listen, Martin Scorsese has made a number of movies about street level crime and casino crime, corruption in the sense of mobsterism, and that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. Does that mean he has to be a mobster to tell those stories? I would argue no, absolutely not. I mean, does Nick Pizzolatto actually have to be a corrupt detective to tell great corrupt detective stories? I would say not.
No.
Wouldn't hurt to do some research with some actual people. Yeah, fair enough. But sure. I don't really think you need to be the thing. It's just a question of whether you do it well or not, whether you get close to some kind of authenticity or it seems like a big farce. So I think you can be a gangster rapper's telling, because it's crime cinema just in the form of music. Are you good at it, or is it really boring and lame?
Well, it's like I've said to you a couple of times. Like I'm not what I would call a fan of hip hop, and yet certainly with some of the older stuff, I can identify a lot of themes in it that are consistent with old westerns.
Yeah, right. That was a great conversation actually, and you were dead on.
It was.
You're absolutely dead on with it too. There's so much of the Western mindset, the frontier mindset and motif inside of street culture, gang culture, that it, especially as it's expressed culturally, whether or not it's actually played out that way, the way they're thinking of themselves plays out that way. You know what? As often happens in our ADHD conversations, ended up going off the rails on it because there's a point that I wanted to bring up. It's a question of like American idealism. How do Americans see themselves? And it's difficult to see yourself when you're from the inside. It's easier for an outsider to tell you what you're like some of the time. The observer advantage, air quotes, right? What would you say is the most played film in the White House that dwarfs every other film?
In the White House?
Yeah. Because they have a screening room in the White House. It's quite small. You can look up pictures of it. It's not that big. But what is the most screened, most watched movie in the White House that president after president after president wants to watch this movie and do? Ronald Reagan watched it over and over again. Jimmy Carter, a pacifist, arguably, not actually a political pacifist, but compared to the hawkishness of Reagan, certainly.
That's a bloody good question.
And this is of all time. So this is like the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. Of all time. What movie? It's a Western. Like, there's the giveaway.
And I presume you ain't talking Blazing Saddles.
Wouldn't that be awesome if it were, though?
Oh, God, yeah.
They love the race and fart jokes. It's just...
Yeah. Well.
Bill and Monica. Yeah. It was...
It sure as shit ain't Molly and me.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
It's Slick Willie's sex tapes. Right.
God, the good, bad, and the ugly?
It's High Noon.
Of course it is.
The John Ford classic, High Noon.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, and why?
Yeah, why?
It's when you think about it for a second, you see it and it's like, that's how American presidents want to see themselves. It's American idealism par excellence. If you think about what is the plot of High Noon? Here, the reluctant hero. This is a guy who has put down his guns. He doesn't do the gunfighting thing anymore. He's the deadliest guy out there. He could, if he were to put on his gun rig, like, with the bullets and the belt bandolier with the bullets and the two holsters and whatnot, he could shoot down anybody. There's nobody that could even hope to take him on and win. But he's put his guns down, is the point, because he wants to. And so there he is in town, and the bad guys have come to town, and they're pushing him, and he's like, no, I won't pick up the gun. No, I won't pick up the gun, because it's just not necessary. But then when push comes to shove, what does he do? He picks up the gun and defends the innocent, because that's what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do. Like that frontier mentality in terms of heroism, in terms of idealism. Yeah. And American presidents love that idea. And that is how they see themselves. That's how they see America. Is that we don't step in until we absolutely have to. Now, is that 100% fantasy? Yeah. Is it accurate? Is it arguably... Okay, I see that's what you were trying to do, but you failed spectacularly? Or is it, this is an entire self-deceptive lie? Well, hey, decide for yourself. But, yeah, by far, the most viewed film in the White House is fucking High Noon, a 40s Western.
Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised. It does actually go a long way to explaining a lot of. It does explain a few things. It really does.
Does it? Like, it's the simplicity with which somebody will. America will only attack a place with oil. Okay, really? Then why haven't the Congo and Nigeria been invaded? Because they are wildly wealthy with minerals of every sort, including coal, natural gas, and oil. Why haven't they been invaded? Incredibly violent places. Norway? Yeah, We need a justification. We can't just invade anywhere. The fucking Congo?
Oh yeah, it'd be so difficult to find some shit there. Mm-hmm.
I say, oh well, because they don't care when non-white people are killing each other, then they'll step in. I've heard every argument along this way, and it's like, really? Then why the Middle Easterners? I thought the whole 2003 invasion of Iraq and etc. were all blood for oil wars. So that doesn't explain it at all. And if it was a war to bring it to gain control of the Iraqi oil fields, it certainly didn't bring down the price of oil. As a matter of fact, why did Americans turn over the control of oil to the new Iraqi interim government then? It doesn't. The point is, it doesn't explain it, and foreign policy is not that simple to be able to be summed up in a single sentence. No one thing is ever one thing. There's like 20 different variables that went into it. They were on a war footing already after Afghanistan, if we're talking about 2003 Iraq. They already had plans and designs on Iraq. They already knew what they were going to be dealing with Saddam Hussein's army. They already knew the invasion paths. As the line got spread around neocon circles to Jerusalem through Baghdad, what does that mean? Because where is there an authentic, worthwhile democracy? Israel. We want to establish another one. We want two democratic poles in the Middle East that are going to serve as a pressure for the rest of the region, a stabilizing pressure against the rest of the region. It certainly worked with opening up diplomatic relations with China to create a third pole between the Soviet Union and the United States. It was a brilliant move on Kissinger's part, his suggestion. Here we are in a bipolar standoff with Soviet Russia. Let's bring a third pole into it. Let the Russians deal with them and think about them. Because right now they're cordoned off and sectioned off and they're not really dealing with them. But the only people that they're talking to are them. Well, all of a sudden, we're going to give China a seat at the table. Wow. Brilliant move. That was the thinking. Misguided. Simplistic. Jesus Christ, the way that it was the post-invasion dealings were dealt with, especially more than anything, disbanding the Iraqi National Army. Worst decision a whole series of poor decisions, but that one just stands right the hell out. The insurgency was created in that decision, more or less. You break it, you bought it, and the decisions that were made to how to fix this now broken Iraq were pretty fucking bad. Anyway, how do we get off on this? My autism? Is that how we did it?
Well, ADHD conversations being what they are, Polly, I dare say.
Fake gamer cat's like, okay, night, y'all. Yeah, she's out. All right, whoops.
after giving us a great long bloody word.
Yeah.
In reference to T.I. Oh yeah, T.I. That's how we got here.
Yeah, fuck T.I. No, I'll tell you
what
why.
What does T.I. even stand for? Is it his name? Is it some title?
I fucking...
The Infamous?
Who fucking cares is a better question.
True.
The right from Palm Bay, are those balls in the martini glass ice? No, those are coins. And when and ever, if a tip comes in, coins drop. It's an animated widget from whatchamacallit, from Streamlabs. And I thought that glass, and you have a choice of a number of different glasses, and I thought with this particular setting, the one that fit best was a classic cocktail glass like that. So, yeah.
I think the runner-up would be a whiskey tumbler.
Yeah.
But typically Far's here, and whiskey tumblers tend to be more of a unsophisticated affair, so we couldn't have that.
Yeah, I mean, there's the big beer glass and whatnot, and they could fall into that, but
put coins in a tankard. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. Every tankard should be clean and ready for use.
Okay, the coins that drop down. I just replayed Far's last donation from Friday's show. She's like, "Because this is my favorite donation." She thought it was Plug and Play Hummingbird, and it was like, "No, you hit Grievous Lightsaber error." But that's okay. Whatever. It's fine. And it was after the show had ended. Yeah.
Grievous lightsaber. I remember you working on that one. That was an awful lot of fun to witness the creative process behind. That really was.
It took longer than it should have, but yeah, there we are.
Worth every second, though.
Yeah. There we go.
I am drunk. So drunk. I cannot get up.
Well, thank you, Gokado. Greatly appreciated. Gokado, thank you for the $2. And he says, coins. Yeah, there you go. Coins are dropping. And then the glass fills up with coins, and larger donations are gold. The mid ones are silver. And then if it's $1 or $2 or $3, they're all copper colored. But once they fill up, they start overflowing the glass and falling off to the side and whatnot. Nice little animation they worked out, actually. One of the few things that's really, really cool about Streamlabs. Other than that, their UI broken as fuck. Why does it keep doing that? Okay. Sam, let's talk about this story for a second. Worker was immediately incinerated after falling into molten iron, feds say.
Oh, Jesus. Prior to that, he was having a blast.
I love how they just went with the Getty image of, like, big industrial vehicle. Yeah, you don't want to show, what?
No, perhaps let's not,
The T-1000 from Terminator 2 melting, throwing himself around in the molten blood. Or molten iron. I mean, dude, you fell into a pit of molten iron, for Christ's sake. How did this happen? I don't even know. I stopped reading.
You would hope that it was instant incineration, wouldn't you?
Oh my God. I haven't read this at all, and the first sentence is terrible. The 39-year-old employee on their 9th day of work at the Caterpillar factory in Illinois fell into a melting pot of iron and was immediately incinerated. 9th day. Oh, man.
Jesus. How did this happen?
Well, let's see. The U.S. Department of Labor's Occupational Safety and Health Administration investigated the June 2nd fatality and found that the worker's death could have been prevented. Okay. The melting specialist was removing an iron sample from the furnace when they fell into a pot of iron heated to over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The worker was employed at Caterpillar's Mapleton foundry. Caterpillar! My God. You didn't have a little, gate? A little bit of fencing, perhaps?
Handrail, guardrail, anything.
Yeah. A worker's life could have been spared if Caterpillar had made sure required safety protections were in place, a fact that only adds to this tragedy, OSA Regional Administrator Bill Donovan said at the release. I wonder if Gamer Valine's here. She would probably find this funny. She works in, an industrial place. Producing...
Hold on, bud. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Hold on, what?
I was going to say, so had made sure required safety protections were in place, so it seems like this is actually an OSHA violation that has resulted in this person's death.
Yeah, you know what? Let's read on. I don't really think they could say anything else other than that. Like, what? The man should have been tethered to something behind him so he couldn't fall? A stiff bungee cord, perhaps? I don't...
Oh yeah, being suspended above the 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit pot of molten iron is so much better than landing in it,
So they've got one of the largest foundries in the nation with regulations to protect workers using smelters and other dangerous equipment. Authorities say Caterpillar did not install the federally required guardrails or restraint systems to protect the workers from falling. Well, I take it back.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Fuck these guys, then.
He was supposed to be tethered, and there was no guardrail. Oh, my God.
Well, I hope the guy's family takes them for everything they're fucking worth.
Holy shit.
Not everything, but
If the required safety guards or fall protection had been installed, the 39-year-old employee's 9th day on the job might not have been their last. Wow, OSHA's hitting hard, huh? In a statement to McCarthy News, a Caterpillar Incorporated spokesman said, "We continue to be deeply saddened by the death of an employee who was involved in a serious incident in the Mapleton, Illinois facility."
Okay, hold the fucking phone. I feel like there are greater superlatives than serious incident to describe a motherfucker being incinerated in a fucking crucible of molten iron. I feel like they could have, used stronger language here.
Well, he does describe it later as regarding the serious safety incident. That's right. It was a...
Yeah,
yeah, it's pretty
the guy
sick.
died. Or perhaps woman died. I don't know.
Caterpillar has 15 days from when it received notice of the citation to either comply, request a meeting with OSA's area director, or contest the findings. OSA cited the company for one willful violation and proposed $145,000 in fines.
Oh God, no, that's not enough. This is a multinational, massive corporation.
It is, but it's like they're just finding them for like not having the rails when they're very much aware that like this guy's third cousins 4 times removed are going to be suing for unlawful death in civil court.
True.
Do you know what I mean? People this guy has never talked to in his entire life that share one strand of DNA with him are going to come out of the fucking woodworks to sue fucking Caterpillar.
True.
I bet the guy was really stoked to get that job. Justin Wilson, that's terrible. A man died. Stoked. Get it, Sam?
Yeah, no, I got it.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's the story of the day. Holy shit.
Jesus. He just couldn't cut it in the pouring of molten iron. It's not the job he was cast for.
Oh, God. Are we going to get somewhere if you can't stand the heat type reference or something?
I was going to say, is it too soon? Is the body cold yet? I'm a terrible person. I know.
In an unrelated image.
Oh, God.
There's pictures of toddlers playing in lava.
Oh, AI generated. Oh, brilliant. Look at them.
Yeah. They're just having a grand old time. It's. I see no guardrails. I see no safety harnesses of any sort here. This is terrible.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Oh.
This was Jesus in version 0.1 when they were deciding what miracles he was going to perform in his life, and they I guess they figured that walking on lava would be a little bit too extreme.
My favorite one is this one, the center one, and this the bottom center one, because it looks like the kid is really cautiously stepping and walking across the lava. I love it. It's great.
Yes, I didn't do so well at this one in Messiah class, so I'm just gonna answer carefully here.
Yeah, Darth Mando. It's like a bunch of little Anakins foreshadowing their own future here.
Yeah, it really just goes to show how much of a bitch he was.
Yeah.
That's why he was angry at the children.
Wow. Wow. Oh, you like playing around lava, do you? Yeah, it's the younglings. They had it coming. The floor is lava. Exactly. This kid's playing, but for real now. This is
fucking winning. Is what he's doing.
Chad toddler over here.
He's like, bitch, fuck yo lava.
Moving along. Portland doctor Abraham Stephenson jailed for defrauding patients to fund gambling habit.
Oh dear.
I love.
Oh dear.
In case you haven't noticed, I love stories of deeply embedded corruption. I don't know why. I just like I don't want the corruption to hit me, but it's just like people like doctors and lawyers and judges and police officers and mayors and deputy mayors and senators are above that sort of thing, and it's like no. Like when you steal some shit from the office, like a box of staples or bring home some pens or whatever it is you fucking do, use the company gas card to fill up your own car's tank or whatever the fuck it might be. Yeah, the doctor you go and visit does the same exact thing, and he charged you for a phone call as an inpatient in-office meeting to your insurance company when that's actually technically insurance fraud. Why do you do that? Everybody has their justifications. Because, listen, he wanted to play some extra blackjack, and funding his gambling habit is what he chose to do. So, I don't know. I just love stories of like deep corruption. Have you ever noticed how many times police get caught with things that have gone missing from the evidence locker?
Oh God, it's everyday occurrence.
It almost is. I personally love it. Well, yeah, there's so much fun stuff in an evidence locker. How are you to resist if you're a klepto? You know what I mean? There's drugs, there's guns, there's like, everything under the sun in there. Everything a crook would want.
Oh, right. Ridiculous sex toys sometimes end up in like evidence lockup. Like, oh god, if something comes in and it's like fucking, I don't know, like 28 inches long and as thick as your forearm, you're gonna take that out and chuckle with your fucking colleagues about it.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
You just are.
It brings to mind my favorite Tupac Shakur story of all time. Like, how is it that Tupac got away with shooting 2 police officers? And he did. The charges were dropped and he was just totally let go and it was fine. Wait a minute. A young black male shot 2 white cops and the charges were dismissed? How?
In America?
In America, in New Orleans on Halloween night. What? It's a fucking craziest story. You want to hear me spin this yarn? Because I can.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Go for it.
So Tupac's driving along. New Orleans, Halloween night, like I said. And this was in 94, 95. 94 it would have been, I think. He's driving along. And he spots 2 large white men standing over top of a much smaller statured black male and yelling at him and in his face and blah, 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 blah. So he thought it was 2 white guys shaking down some black guy. So he stops his car, like double parks, you know what I mean? And stands up on the car and yells, yo, what the fuck you doing? And like, he didn't even get fully out of his car, just yells, hey, what the fuck you doing? And one of the white guys yells at him, hey, get back in your fucking car. Probably dropped a couple of N-bombs. At least Tupac said he did. Who the fuck knows? But one way or another told him to get the fuck out of here. This is none of your business. And that is the wrong thing to say to a guy like Tupac, who has a very difficult to control temper. He probably, that situation probably could have been de-escalated where the guy wouldn't have gotten involved and no shots would have been fired at all had he not yelled at him like that. But Tupac with his temper goes, the fuck, you don't tell me where to go, starts walking across the fucking street. It turns out these are both off-duty police officers. And one of them pulls out their gun because now he's being charged at by somebody that, from his perception.
By an unknown.
Yeah, by an unknown individual who looks like they're intent upon violence or getting involved in a situation that, isn't theirs to get involved in. So he pulls out his gun, and the question still remains who shot first. Okay, Tupac says he was fired at. That shot started ringing out. But what he did do was run back to his car and get his own gun from underneath the driver's seat. And by the time he had gotten back to his car and pulled out his .45, because of course he had a .45, the 2 cops had stepped out into the middle of 2 individuals that he didn't know were cops, stepped out into the middle of the street to chase after him and like apprehend him, to put him down. You know what I mean? But what he saw were 2 guys running out to the middle of the street with guns drawn. And he's like, oh, fuck this. So he drops to one knee and starts firing at him. And as soon as they see that that this black male is now firing at him, they both turn around and run. And he shoots both of them in the back. Now,
and he managed to get charges dropped despite shooting them in the back?
Okay, but where did he hit them? In the ass. He shot them in the ass because he had dropped to one knee and was shooting at his arm's level, which was buttocks level. So he's a fairly straight shot. He just forgot to aim a little higher because he had dropped to one knee. So he shoots them in the ass and they go down. Shots are fired. People are calling 911. Tupac's like, what the fuck? Oh, damn. You know what I mean? The guys start yelling out, I'm a cop. Tupac starts thinking, oh, shit, I'm going to jail for the rest of my fucking life.
I'm going to jail.
Yeah. So people call 911. If the ambulance shows up, other police show up. Tupac is very unceremoniously thrown to the fucking street top and arrested because you've just shot 2 police officers. Okay, here's the actual story of why the charges got dropped. The 2 officers, first of all, were not from New Orleans. They were from Los Angeles. Number 1. So they were wildly out of their jurisdiction. When they said that they were questioning and interrogating an undercover informant of theirs. That guy was not an undercover informant, and they had no UIs
or anything like that.
Well, they had no UI numbers in New Orleans. Where if you have undercover informants, that's fine. You have to have numbers set up with them so it doesn't look like you're meeting with criminals, amongst many other reasons that you apply UI on undercover informant numbers to your actual undercover informants. So when cases come up, if they're going to deliver testimony to make it look like you're not just spending time with criminals, et cetera, they have no UI numbers in New Orleans or anywhere in Louisiana at all. So what the fuck were they doing shaking that guy down? Okay, third, they were drunk. Out of their minds.
Oh, jeez.
So
yeah, that's the trifecta.
Yeah, it's like, so why did they pull their guns and overreact and so on and so forth? Well, because they were fucking drunk. Why did Tupac? Because he has a really bad temper and exceptionally bad judgment when it comes to self-protection, I'm going to call it, considering the number of things that he got himself into in his very tragically short life, died at 25. Very, very, very poor impulse control, this man. And then finally, the guns that they were being fired at with, or that Tupac was being fired at with, had both disappeared from the evidence locker at their home precinct in Los Angeles.
Oh, for God's sakes. I mean, if that doesn't scream intent. I mean, from a legal standpoint, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and so imagine you're the prosecutor and in New Orleans, and you're looking at this, and it's like, oh, no. I'm not proceeding with this. His defense is going to have all the field days, not just a field day, every field day of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're drunk. They're wildly out of their jurisdiction. What the fuck were they even doing talking to that guy for, threatening him and so on and so forth? They were on the records claiming he's an undercover informant. There's absolutely no evidence of that. And they fire at they start shooting at somebody. At least there's an argument that they even fired first with illegal weapons that were missing, very likely stolen from the evidence locker at their own home precinct.
And illegally transferred over state lines, transported over state lines as well, for that matter.
Right. So Tupac was facing, attempted murder on police officers, as well as possession of an illegal file. He had a mitten full of charges, right? All of them gone. Even the illegal weapons charge. All of them dropped.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you see why that's my favorite Tupac story? I mean, come on.
He only got away with it because the people that he was shooting at were worse and happened to be cops. Yeah. Yeah. Now there's some fucking systemic corruption for you.
BG's like, until shooting them in the back, he was totally in the right. Yeah, just bad decisions. Like, it's like series of bad decisions. He's not thinking about stand your ground laws, and it's not like he's schooled on the law. It's just like, we are exchanging fire. Those guys are running back to get to cover, and they're going to keep firing at me. Right now, they're in the open.
That's where my thought would be.
You know what? Stupid thinking. Don't get me wrong, BG. I hear you. Like, it's like you have absolutely, on a legal and ethical basis, crossed a line when people are no longer presenting an immediate threat to you, and they're trying to run from you, and you then shoot them in the back. Ouch. That's that's not good. That's not good.
Yeah, I mean, it's real quick. Hi, hey Camel in the chat.
Camel.
From a combat perspective, yeah, it really does. Like the thought process of they're not fleeing to get away from me. They're running away from active shooting zone to find cover. That is absolutely going to be the thought that's going through your mind if you've seen any amount of training. You don't assume that the threat is no longer a threat simply because it's moving away from you.
Yeah, and it's especially that he starts walking across the street like, you don't tell me what to fucking go away, and then all of a sudden guns are drawn on him, and he turns around and runs. And if his story is true, and there's every reason to believe that it is, that's when shots started being fired, when he turned around and ran. So he was firing at them in the same way they were firing at him. Again, I don't think it was a good idea what he did at all, but in his temper-ridden, poor impulse control mind, one can at least see how he got there, if you know what I mean.
That and the adrenaline of the situation. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, fog of war and whatnot. Like, you're not thinking,
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
where does the law allow me to go? How far does it allow me to go? Et cetera, et cetera.
Am I going to get out of this alive?
Yeah, right. Yeah. I was on my way to, like, I'd actually like to know where the hell he was headed. He was probably going to a party. Halloween night in New Orleans. He was probably just headed to a party.
Oh, God, almost certainly.
Yeah.
Almost certainly.
And of course, he's got a fucking, illegally possessed 45 underneath the driver's seat, right? And I like his reaction if you think about it. He starts getting fired at by two people. He doesn't know they're cops. He just thinks they're dudes, right? Like, these are just men. I'm just a man. I'm being fired at. So his first thought is not get to cover, but get to my gun and shoot back. And it's like, God damn,
how
Tupac.
American.
I know, right? It's
how very American. Oh, gloriously American.
Yeah. He would have been, what, 21, 22 at that time? Died when he was 25?
Yeah, he would have been.
He died in September
97?
of 96. September 96.
96.
Yeah. So and that was, several years before. That was
23 then.
Yeah. Like, that's a young man to... Jesus Christ, he had only learned to drive a few years before. Yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit.
I mean, he learned to drive a lot. Like, he got his driver's license a long time after, like, 16 years old. He only got it because he didn't have the money to buy a car when he was already in his 20s. So he'd only been driving for a few years at the time that this happened, if you know what I mean. It's
damn.
When you look at the length of criminal charges that guy had, it's crazy. Just cases and cases and cases and cases. Like and they all end up getting dealt with because it's going to sound funny, but it's people starting beef with him and him not backing down. That's what accounts for like 3/4 of everything that guy got himself involved in terms of like legal fights. Remember when a reporter was with him and the journalist wrote up the story and ended up, there were all these difficulties with the prosecutor, where the prosecutor's like, I can't believe you wrote up this story. Like, don't you understand your story can be used for evidence now? And you kind of locked yourself into a story as if it was kind of almost as if it were sworn testimony because you printed it as a journalist. So therefore it has to be taken as at least on the face of it factual.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
you've given a factual account. Yeah.
This journalist just thought, holy shit, I was there. Well, this musician, this rapper Tupac that I was hanging out with doing a profile on. And so a profile piece, the journalist comes and hangs out with the musician or the actor or the whoever, the business person for a few days, and then writes up what they call a profile of what the person does and what they're like and what the interactions were and what you did. And it's usually to plug something new that they're putting out or whatever, right? And this is when Tupac had a new album coming out or a new tour started, whatever. So a guy from a magazine comes, it was from Rolling Stone, I believe, comes and hangs out with him. I read the story. It's hilarious. Tupac was a chain smoker, right?
Yeah.
So forever having to stop for cigarettes or, hey man, can you run and grab me a pack of cigarettes? Forever having to do this. And he stops at a gas station, goes in to get a pack of cigarettes, and the journalist goes in with him, and while he's standing there just waiting to pay for the cigarettes, there's two guys standing behind him, and two black men standing behind him, and then here's this, like, Tupac was like, what, 160 pounds soaking wet? Wasn't a big guy.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They see this little dude who's all dressed up. They can see he's got jewelry on. They can see he's like, he's got money, so they're thinking, oh, this is somebody who's a target. This is a mark. This is red, fresh meat. You know what I mean? You can tell what they're thinking by the way that they end up acting. They're standing there, and the journalist is on the other side of this really small gas station. And he says to Tupac, yo, where you from? And he's... And... 10 donated $10. Well, thank you, 10, for the 10. Polly, this is you popping my donation cherry. Oh. Well, that made it sound hope you're a woman.
Leave it on the nightstand.
Yeah, let's just or just leave it alone. Well, thank you very much for the $10, 10. That's greatly appreciated.
Yeah, greatly.
So you've never donated before? Well, I'm happy to be your first. Let's make it really awkward.
And there's alcohol involved.
So the okay, so he's standing there, and the guy says to you, "Yo, where are you from?" And that where you from is who you with, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what's that you claiming?
Yeah.
Is what he's asking, because this is in Los Angeles, and thus to start the beef with him, right? And he goes, and Tupac turns around and said, puts up his hands and says, "Hey man, I'm just here to buy cigarettes. I ain't even from here." And he goes, "No man," he goes, "I know you, whatever the hell." The guy keeps claiming to know him, that he's seen him somewhere. And Tupac says, "Man, I'm not even from the side of town. I'm just here for the cigarettes." And he turns around and starts to walk out. And the bigger of the two guys who hadn't said anything up to this point says, "Yo, I'm fenced to jack this nigga." And Tupac turns around and looks at him and says, "What?" Reaches over, grabs a pair of scissors that are sitting on the fucking counter that he just turned to walk away from. And he says, "Fuck that. Let's do it in here right now." And leaps at him with the fucking pair of scissors. And a fucking scuffle starts, and they start fighting and blah, blah, blah. And the journalist is like, "Oh my God." And the whole thing is being caught on CCTV footage, right? And it becomes this thing where only when you hear the journalist's account does what you see on the video that I've watched make sense, because it all happens so fast. Right? It's like, he's saying like, "I'm fenced to jack this guy." So in other words, they're going to follow him outside. And they're going to say, like, "Give me everything you got." Because they don't think he's armed. They think that he's just some punk who's showing off all this fucking jewelry and stuff. He's probably got money on him. We're going to take him for everything he's got. We're going to walk away, and it's going to be a nice little payday for us. Lucky that we ran into this guy. Not having recognized a famous rapper. But the hot-headedness, the impulse control, right? What's his first reaction when he hears a threat behind his back like that? Turn around and grab the first thing he could see that he could stab with, a pair of scissors, and leapt at him.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Two guys that are like, what, twice his fucking size? Yeah.
And you begin to understand why the prosecutor was so pissed off, because he printed up that story in Rolling Stone. Here's what happened. And it's like, how can
there was an expert witness?
Yeah, it becomes like this self-defense thing, that the only reason, it's like, those guys were threatening me. They stood out as a threat. They had told me what they were going to do to me, and I've got a witness who was standing right there to repeat that's what they had said. It's like, so the charges got dropped ultimately, but he was charged. He was charged with attempted manslaughter.
Really?
Yep. You know how many times he had been charged with attempted manslaughter?
Judging by this experience, a couple few. If I had to, take a stab at it, yeah, I imagine a couple few.
Yeah. Oh
No,
God, I just read
something
Justin Wilson's statement. He was more than a 2-pack a day man. Jesus Christ. He literally was a 2-pack a day guy, unfortunately. I've never even clued into that wordplay. That's hilarious. Yeah, he was a 2-pack a day smoker.
He was a 2-pack a day shaker.
Yeah.
Jesus. I retract that one. I retract that. That's not good enough. I'll work on that, and I'll get back to you.
Andrew Thorsten, hold on. You met Humpty? You met Shock G himself at a bar in Colorado? Shock G isn't with us anymore, unfortunately. He passed away, which is tragic, because he was a fucking producing musical genius. He's the organizer, creator of Digital Underground. He's the guy who discovered Tupac, the guy who produced his whole first album and numerous tracks off his second album. Still holds the record for one of the longest world tours in hip-hop history, where they just toured continuously for 3 years straight all over the world, Digital Underground, and it's like
hey, I mean,
400 dates they did.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's where Shock G got all his fucking money from. That's a fucking amazing to have met that. I would have loved to have met Shock G. He's a brilliant guy. Whenever you watch him in an interview, he's one of them contemplative guys that he's the one you want to introduce, because he's observing and remembering, and he's smart enough to be able to articulate it later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's
as much a historian as he is a producer,
Yeah. I mean, and way too young. Way too young. You know, it's like Kevin Conroy passing away at 66. Who the fuck dies at 66? I think Shock G was like, what? Maybe in his 50s, early 50s?
Mind you, I've got to say, there's been a couple of rappers that I've seen sort of interviewed, and it sort of struck me like, okay, so I'm not a fan of their music. I'm not. But you know, I really kind of like developed an appreciation for them as a person, or at least the life, you know, the life that they've lived and all that kind of thing. I mean, I think the one that most prominently comes to mind is Goblin. Just, yeah, not a fan of Lil Wayne's music at all. Not at all.
Right.
And yet the interviews I've seen of him, like, I might not agree with him, but the guy has clearly seems to put a lot of thought into what he thinks and what he believes. It was good. It was good to sort of realize, okay, there is an actual person behind here. It's not just you know, a SoundCloud, you know, a 21-year-old SoundCloud rapper that you know, has never done anything with their life, and they're just getting onto the scene because there's money in it. Yeah,
I just looked
from an outsider's perspective.
Yeah. On April 28th, at 57 years old, he died. Shock G. On April 22nd, 2021, Jacobs, his actual last name, was found dead in a motel room in Tampa at age 57. The Hillsborough County Medical Examiner announced Shock G's death was caused by an accidental overdose of fentanyl and methamphetamine and ethanol alcohol. Jesus Christ, Shock.
He was speedballing then, right?
Yeah. Meth and fentanyl. So yeah, he was doing like strong upper and downer at the same time, plus liquor.
Yeah. Don't mix your uppers and downers, kids. I mean, don't do drugs, kids.
Jesus Christ, that's tragic. I did not know what he had died from, but that's brutal.
Darth Mando says, Polydub, my grandfather died at 66. Prime of his life, I hope. Prime of his life.
Yeah. Okay, so we were a while back doing this story. Portland doctor jailed for defrauding patients. A doctor in Southwest Victoria has defrauded patients of more than $800,000.
Holy crap.
To support his gambling habit, has been jailed. Abraham Stephenson, 50, received 3 years jail and a non-parole period of 18 months.
Oh, for God's sakes. For $800,000? Jesus.
Sam,
I'd do that tomorrow in Minecraft.
I mean, seriously, let's plan a video game after we get off about insurance fraud, because there's very little risk involved.
Oh, right? 800,000 fucking smackaroos.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's part of $1 million in tax-free dinero for 18 months inside? Shit.
Like,
I've known people that have done like 10 years for fucking bank robberies and like walked away with like 60 grand. What the? Like, I actually know somebody that did 10 years for bank robbery and they walked away with 60 large.
Oh,
shit.
That is too much. Meaning not enough. Like, that is crazy town.
Right.
Holy fuck. That's the most impressive part of the story, because, okay, so he's going to a minimum security place. It's total white collar crime, right? And I get it. It's like,
wow.
Oh, why should these criminals not? Because he's not a violent threat. That's why. He's a 50-year-old doctor. If you know what I'm saying. Like, you send him to minimum security because you don't send him to maximum security because those are fucking full to the fucking rafters. You send him to minimum security because these guys just want to wait out their time. Their risk of flight, attempted escape, or violence are so low.
Minimal.
Yeah. You put them in the standard low security prisons because you don't have to do that much to fucking watch them. They're not a risk. I get it. But the point being, while I understand that, he's going to be doing easy time. And do you think this guy's going to fuck around when he's inside? You think he's going to start making fucking shivs and like shaking down the other prisoners?
No, fuck no. So he's going to keep his fucking head down. He's going to keep his mouth shut. And he's going to observe the fucking The 3 pillars of bitchdom. You know?
Yeah, well, considering how he got there, he might be gambling with some of the other prisoners. I mean, he is willing to risk that, clearly. Let's get a game going, guys. You know, let's start betting our fucking ramen noodles and whatnot, because there's no cigarettes no more.
Betting ketchup packets for Domino's, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, look, you need something to start the hooch.
So it's doubtful he's going to do all 3 years if it maintains the system. Like, because I mean, this is obviously in Australia.
Oh God, no.
So he's probably not going to do the whole 3 years, but then has to do 18 months of non-parole period. Jesus. Okay, Stephenson did not give any of the dishonestly obtained money to his father. Instead, he used the majority of it for online gambling. Stephenson accepted payments from 18 patients and a pharmacy employee between 2019 and 2020, ranging between $5,000 and $120,000. He repaid $190,000 prior to his arrest. More than $620,000 remained outstanding as of August last year, including to a victim who has since passed away. Victims feel betrayed. Really?
I'm shocked.
Can
you hear this? This is my shocked voice.
In most cases, okay, hold on again. The court heard he would obtain the loans by reaching out to individuals and couples via email and text to ask them for the money. In most cases, the texts and emails were almost identical, though some would say his father's treatment was in China and others would say America or Israel. He would provide loan agreements that did not have any terms or conditions outlining his intention to repay the funds. The victims would agree and transfer him the money. The court heard Stephenson would then send the money to a sports betting website fund account. In one instance, he used it to pay his mortgage.
Jesus.
Some victims gave their life savings or superannuation. In victim impact statements read aloud, 19 victims spoke of feeling betrayed, violated, and angry about what had happened. You don't say.
Dear.
Holy shit. The crimes constitute a gross breach of trust? Wow, Judge. Really hitting him hard with the language, huh?
Oh, Jesus. 18 months, though, seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they should put him in a slightly higher security facility, because, I don't know, pensioners can get pretty mad, yo. Although they don't have guns in Oz, so...
And you got Cynic saying, welcome to Australian sentencing. I guess so. Fuck. So our video game should definitely take place in Australia.
Right. I'm kind of angry on behalf of Australians for this. I mean, I'm certainly no fan of the prison system as it stands, but Jesus, this seems exceptionally lenient.
Yeah. So we have some lists for us to look at here, Sam.
Oh, we do, yeah.
Yeah, we do. So I'm going to read off the list. Some of them have been sitting there for a while. Some of them are brand new, as you know. And chat by all means. Let us know. I mean, you're the ones sitting around drinking. Let us know which ones you would rather hear us fuck around with. Oh, we already did that one during the infamous 5-hour stream. Okay, the top 10 most popular fast foods in the U.S. today. South Korea is a whole different world, and these are 50 photos that prove it. The 25 most beautiful airplanes. 22 funny Star Wars tweets for fans. Still trying to blah, blah, blah joke. 22 funny Star Wars tweets. I read through them. There actually were some pretty funny ones in there. Passive-aggressive signs at stores.
Okay, that one I have to say for far. I feel like it's right up her street, so I can't pick that one.
The passive-aggressive signs one? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, she loves that kind of thing, though.
Yes, she does. She does indeed. Because she's not passive-aggressive. Oh, she could tell her own passive-aggressive story of a sign that was at her work. I'll let her. I won't tell another woman's story. Or a woman's story, another woman's story. That doesn't make no sense. Just... no sense at all.
Embrace the divine feminine.
50 times old people use social media and provided the internet with laughs.
Only 50?
this has turned into one long, bad night.
But I like you just the way you are.
I forgot that I still have the Halloween donations up for Noir Bar. Whoops. Oh, well. That's a fun one anyway. Gamer Valine, thank you for the $8. Chips or planes? Oh, yeah, we got all the odd chip flavors. I still have that one somewhere. 50 times people who didn't have to go... Oh, 50 times people didn't have to go shopping and made their own shit, basically. Whatever. Oh. The 10 weirdest energy sources used to power cars. The 10 weirdest metro stations of the world. And then, in a Noir Bar throwback, because we haven't done them in so long, 2 different WikiHows that we can choose between. 1, how to be an anarchist with pictures. And 2, 3 ways to tell if a person is a Republican or a Democrat.
I'm tempted to go for the how to be an anarchist WikiHow, but fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
I'm not gonna lie. There's some. I scrolled through the how to be an anarchist. It's holy shit. It's pretty good.
Oh, should we do that one first then, and then do the train stations?
Yeah,
metro stations rather.
Valine, could you resend me the link for the weirdo chips if you still have it? That would be handy because I have it. I've just totally forgotten where I've put it. And I would love to go over that because it's fast and it's fun and some of them are really good and some of them are horrifying that anybody even considered such a thing. Okay. What we'll do in the meantime then is the wiki how to be an anarchist with pictures.
30 of the time. Oh, wait, you shot me!
Cult of Krill, thank you for the 750. Greatly appreciated. South Korea is a wild experience. Was stationed there from the age of 23 to 25. Had so much fun. What is the damn it. What is their liquor of choice that I constantly hear so much about that they mix with fucking everything? It's a distillate. It's a clear distillate that comes in like all these different flavors and stuff. And I keep wanting to say kombucha, but that's not it. That's what the fucking internet hipsters are into.
We talked about this the other week when we were looking at cocktails, didn't we?
Did we?
Yeah.
Because I was about to crack some joke where I'm like, Cult of Krill's like, oh yeah, so you really got into the
soju, isn't it?
Soju, that's it. Thank you very much. Soju. And there's Rosanna Blood with it. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That I have tried it. I just kind of thought, so this is like South Korean vodka, basically? And they're like, yeah, kind of. It's kind of like weak vodka and gets mixed with anything and everything or just drank straight. Oh. Okay. Soju, you uncultured fuck. I was aware of its existence, I'll have you know.
Oh, here we go. Contrary to popular belief, the citizens that live in South Korea consume twice the amount of alcohol as citizens of Russia. Crap, they must be pickled.
I was about to say, contrary to popular belief, I totally accept that with no beef whatsoever. I have no trouble believing that. Did you go looking up soju and found it?
I did, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so here we go. How to be an anarchist. Look at that first picture. I mean, hell yeah.
Oh, dear.
What do you mean, oh, dear? That is the best thing about this WikiHow are the pictures. Look at that shit.
The exclamation mark over the top of the fucking... over the top of the fucking gun?
Yeah, because he's like...
Exclamation mark.
He's like, anarchism. This is great. Government. This is bad. Kalishnikov with a bayonet. Awesome.
I don't know. An exclamation point to me is a mark of consent or excitement, typically. So, which is it?
Excitement, based upon everything else that we see here. Excitement. What does it mean to be an anarchist? In general, anarchists call for the abolition of government and the dismantling of social hierarchies. Solidarity through a dream of unforced equality is the foundational principle of anarchism. So, sure, delusions. Got it. Critics of anarchism...
Hard to disagree on that, but...
Solidarity through unforced equality.
Yeah, that's not the basis of fucking anarchism.
Oh,
Fuck
oh.
off. No, not you, but the person writing this.
Right. I thought you were saying that, the fantasy is like unforced equality. It's like,
I'm
not
definitely a fantasy.
Yeah. I go very much along the John Locke lines. Governments are instituted amongst men to ensure their pre-existing natural rights. I'm saying everyone has a natural right to equality, and governments are there to ensure that, because in a chaotic state, somebody is going to use their perfect freedom to impinge upon yours. Perfect freedom does not lead to perfect equality. It just, and that's a political scientist saying that. So, there you go.
That's why legislation is also referred to as policy.
Yeah. Chips and DMs. Yay. Thank you, Valine. I appreciate it. All right, we can do that right after this. Critics of anarchism depict many kinds of negative stereotypes of the concept. They picture angry, intimidating, quote, gangs defacing public and private property, group shoplifting, looting stores, gang-like robbery, burglary, assault, and creating general havoc. It's interesting how you're able to garner and gin up so many examples so quickly that are all highly accurate. Well, certain violent groups have claimed to be anarchists. Most avowed anarchists today advocate peaceful anti-government protest. Oh, the no true anarchist fallacy. Got it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think they mean libertarians.
Yeah. I love this guy. He's like, I got to get myself a bayoneted Kalashnikov. That's how we'll get rid of the government. Decide whether or not you want to support anarchism is step one. Planned chaos and policies of reverting to a less structured life, or to absolute, quote, government controls with block and union communities. Tribalism. Do you think this is a little biased?
Just a touch. Just a touch. I do get that impression, yes.
So if you are not for unfettered, planned chaos, you are for tribalism. This is okay. This means studying, researching, and learning about anarchism. Reading some of the basic introductions to anarchism is the first step. Familiarize yourself with the ideas of some of the most important anarchist theorists and writers. Read 19th century anarchist writers like Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, Peter Kropotkin, The Conquest of Bread, which I read in high school and still trying to get over. Talk about a fantasy book. Like, it's up there with Das Kapital. It is, in terms of, this has nothing to do with the way humans act or behave at all. It didn't apply at the time that it was written, and now reads like high fantasy.
And not good high fantasy.
No. I mean, the economics of Star Trek are eminently more believable than The Conquest of Bread.
Oh, God, yeah.
Read 20th century writers such as Emma Goldman, Anarchism and Other Essays, Enrico Mastalda, Anarchy, and Alfredo Bonanno, Bob Black, The Abolition of Work. The Abolition of Work. Antifa's rallying cry, sir. Our parents will pay for the rest of our education, then our lives. I am not going to... I love anarcho-syndicalism. That is just...
Oh,
glorious fuckery, isn't it? It's
I thought they were opposed to unions. Only when people do it.
Somebody wrote a book called Anarcho-Syndicalism, Theory and Practice. Where have you ever seen anarcho-syndicalism in practice for more than 5 minutes? And the Chaz and the Chop don't count.
I mean, well, they went longer than 5 minutes, weren't they, really?
If you see this guy sitting in your library, get worried if he's reading Conquest for Bread, right? Read up on different schools of thought. There are dozens of different anarchist schools, like libertarian socialism, anarcho-communism, anarcho-capitalism, individual anarchism, mini-archanism, minimal government power, syndicalism, labor unions, administrative and management production, platformism, non-centralized communism, post-left anarchism, mutualism, indigenism, anarcho-feminism, green anarchism, and others.
Oh, God. And everybody's favorite, menarchism.
This is Tumblr, but for politics, where let's sit around and dream up ever increasing smaller categories to wedge ourselves into, where each one of us represents a different political worldview. Just like on Tumblr, where every single person represents a different gender, status, and orientation ideology.
I'm a Pluto indigenistic platformist.
Right? Right? Well, being a pansexual demi... whatever the fuck, like
demiurge,
yeah. Oh god, it's like I say about the. Okay, originally it was making fun of different theories in political science that people constantly coming up with, but it equally applied well to the morons over on Tumblr and Twitter and every other social media group that do that. They fetishize proliferating categories. It's a fetish for them to come up with, here's this new sexual identity that is just for me, and here's a flag for it, because you gotta have a flag. It's not real unless you got a flag. And here are the things that identify me, and it's like, how is this not just a distinction without a difference from pansexualism? What you just described as pansexualism. As if pansexualism isn't just a form of bisexualism in any way. Yeah, I said it. Go ahead. Take me down, you two.
It is. It absolutely is.
It's free-flowing bisexualism. What? You're trying to tell me how dedicated you are to the application of the thing determines a new category? I don't think so.
God, it's literally like, I don't mean this as a form of disrespect, really, but pansexualism, like when people have attempted to apply the term pansexual to me, it's like, it feels like you're saying I'm bisexual but a slut.
I get
like
you.
I don't care who I sleep with. It's like, no, I do still care. There are standards. Well, that means you're bisexual. Okay, fine, fair enough. You're the ones that said it, not me.
Oh, that guy is the perfect anarchist. Look at him.
Oh, God, yeah.
Look at him.
Don't you just want to punch him in his stupid cartoon face?
He's got like the douchebag beard and a badly held together ponytail. This guy is awesome.
God, he's like a slightly more white Hassan Piker.
Yeah, and he smells like incense and patchouli oil and BO.
Yeah.
I'm going to pop my
Jack
collar
somewhere down
with the designer shirt my dad bought me to go to this college and think over hourglasses and anarchy.
The only saving grace is he doesn't have the full chin strap beard.
Yeah.
He's trying.
Yeah. So step 3 is familiarize yourself with the history of anarchism. Yeah, that should have happened in step 2, but whatever. Yeah, okay, whatever.
As a person of color, I must consider the fact that when anarchy is installed, I may be shot by a random white person.
Well, I don't know. That guy could be Hispanic easily, or a light-skinned black man. You don't know.
Okay, unpopular opinion. Hispanic people are primarily derived from white people. There, I said it, YouTube.
Well, yeah, and what difference is that?
I love how when it comes to that kind of thing, though, it's like the kinds of people that write these articles are unironically are the one drop is enough crowd of the modern era.
Absolutely. And especially if you can just come up with a new subgroup, because everyone wants to be a BIPOC something, right? I mean, remember in POC, I mean, that wasn't enough because we didn't include indigenous people. And it's like, don't you realize by including indigenous people, you counted Anglo-Saxon people in the British Isles?
Right.
So it's like when you are at, I watched a woman unironically in the Oxford Debate Hall, like the Oxford Debate Hall for the globally famous, historically famous Oxford Union debates, right? Mm-hmm. And she, an American woman, was sitting there arguing about they were supposed to be arguing over veganism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it was Michaela Peterson, Jordan Peterson's daughter, who she became like a meatitarian, where she reduced her vegetable intake to next to nothing, and it actually helped with, she says, with a bunch of her physical conditions that she was suffering with, etc. Had basically gone full, what do you want to call it? Help me out here, Sam. The weirdo diet you're on and off. What's it?
Keto.
Right. She went on a hyper keto diet, basically.
Yeah.
In short.
Yeah.
It wasn't just strictly meatitarian. It was keto hardcore. And as soon as she had removed all carbohydrates that came from plant products and gluten products and whatever, a whole bunch of her issues went away. And it's like, oh, crazy. Yeah. So she was there to argue about, like, they were trying to argue about the ethics of it. And she started talking about indigenous rights and racism and the comparability and understandability of racism in terms of animal husbandry and meat farming. It was nuts, but
inconsequential bullshit.
Right. But the key is that she kept making the point about indigenous rights. And it's like, you're in England. They are indigenous. You moron. The white folks here literally are the indigenous people here and can claim the indigenous rights that you are arguing on behalf of so-called people of color. You idiot. And she didn't even realize it.
See, that's the thing. But see, that's the thing, Polly, is when it comes to BIPOC, it's black and indigenous peoples of color. White people ain't got no color, yo.
Yeah.
Well, so it doesn't matter if they're indigenous.
The criticism that I heard of it, and you saw Peterson, Jordan Peterson, who was there, he was face palming, and rightly so, because when you are caught in a think trap for so fucking long that you just say, black, brown, and indigenous persons of color, like you just repeat this line so much that what it means is not white, and then you go to a place where white people are the indigenous persons. It'd be like in France and talking about people of Frankish descent and saying, hey, the indigenous people of color. And it's like, we are the indigenous people, you fucking moron. Like it, you're so locked into it that you're saying not white and not even realizing that that's exactly what you mean. You don't even realize that's what you mean.
Yeah. And it completely undermines the sort of the defense of like critical race theory proponents in so much. Oh no, it's not against white people. We aren't distinguishing between white and non-white people. But yes, you are. Yes, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
When it comes to critical race theory, it's like, hey, listen, as soon as you start publishing articles about all of the yellow privilege in China, I'll take you seriously. Up until then, go get fucked.
Yeah, if you like, don't get me wrong. If you want to do a full sort of thing to document the in-group out-group preferences on a country by country basis, yeah, I can probably agree with that. I think there's probably some merit to that. It somewhat makes sense that a member of a broadly speaking pluriethnic group that have ethnic similarities are going to be able to more readily identify with somebody that looks like them and speaks like them and potentially holds similar cultural values to somebody that doesn't. Is there merit to that? Yeah, I think there probably is. In much the same way as a lion is going to identify more with a lion than it is a tiger, despite the fact that they are both, large cats that consume very, very similar diets and so on and so forth.
Whether or not you want to construct a worldview of it and conclude that necessarily all the laws and institutions, be they formal or informal, are going to produce inequities in the system on a racial basis. Therefore, you're going to find exactly what you want to find because you have presupposed all of your final conditions in your premises. Yeah, I'm throwing about a bunch of schooly words, but I mean, it's what I do. Sorry. I apologize for that. But I mean, you presupposed all of your fucking conclusions, and lo and behold, you find them. Shocking.
Well, if you analyze any data set for long enough, you can eventually find the patterns that you were looking for.
Peter, are you French Canadian? Oh, tabernacle. Like, I can't say it with the accent, right? But like
tabernacle. Yeah. I despise that word.
Do French people in France use religious references as cusses like that?
Not really. No, not really. I'm trying to think if any sort of come to mind.
A friend of mine was telling me about that. He said it's like French Canadians, they do that. I'm like, do what? And he goes, it's like the tabernacle. And he goes, they say "I'll tabernacle" like as an fuck. And because it would be like, and I'm like, why? And it's like, it would be like saying Jesus Christ or God damn it. And I was like, oh, like it makes sense. Now you're referencing something you shouldn't be, like, quote, blasphemy blasphemously, and thus it becomes a curse or
Yeah.
a cuss. And I was like, oh, that makes sense.
I can't. No, I can't really think of any off the top of my head. In term, certainly not from my region of the country.
Oh.
My region, as if I own it. I do. I pay enough taxes to.
Makes me wonder if like often certain regions of like, you know, India and Szechuan China, if they're like, you know, Buddha's tiny dick in their, you know, native vernacular. Right?
By the balls of Almighty Buddha.
Oh, gotcha, Peter. Question. I see what you're saying. As a retort of the kind, yeah, I see.
No.
I love this thinking. I'm just gonna go ahead and save this image. I love this image too much. I'm sorry. This snip. Thank you. And minimize. Anarchism leads to man pointing gun at me. Yes. Yes. That's
as opposed to the implied gun that the government points at you.
Yeah.
You decide which is better. Random person you don't know actually pointing gun at you, or you know, organizational, administrative, political institution implies a gun being pointed at you. I know which one I prefer.
I remember watching the public debate. Sorry to bring it back to Peterson, but it brought it to mind where he said, he made the point that is obvious to anyone who's thought about it for a minute, or anyone who's done industrial and organizational psychology or political science or whatever. Yeah, everything the government does is done at pointing of a gun. That's not to say that political power always flows from the barrel of a gun, as the saying goes, but that is what all government power is backed up by. Ultimately, not why you organize, but what is the force what is the mechanism of force? Violence. Legitimate use of violence is what backs up everything. And Peterson talking about the institution of what he called forced speech, which I agree with, by the way, as a side note, where you will call me by gender identity becomes a human right under the law. And he said that's forced speech, and now I can be jailed, or violence can be visited. Anybody can have violence visited upon them for not saying certain things. He said, there's no violence, there's no chance, it's just a fine. And he looked at the news entertainer who was asking him that question and said, and if I refuse to pay the fine? And the person was like, oh, right. You saw the light click on in their head. They had never actually thought it through before. It's just a fine. That's the most, okay, beside the fine being like ruinous to you personally, right? Destroying your business, your family, God knows what's going to happen to you, right? Peterson's point still remains. It's the threat of taking away your personal freedom or violence being done upon you. That's not true. It's just a fine. And if I refuse to pay, jailing and violence visited upon you. Ultimately, that's what will happen. Guys with guns will show up if you refuse to pay eventually. Did I lose you, Sam? Damn it, lost Sam. Okay, in the meantime, then, we will just continue to read until Sam gets his shit straight. Goddamn French internet. So step number 4 in how to be an anarchist, anarchy basics. Yes, anarchy does lead to random strangers pointing guns at you. Understand and assess the negative connotations of anarchy. Take what we've learned about anarchism to reflect upon those negative connotations. There are many negative stereotypes about anarchism. Many associate anarchism with violence, arson, and vandalism. I wonder where they got that idea. Antifa? What's your association with them, chat? Tea parties and calm conversations? Walking with placards saying no more of this kind of thing? No. Not even close. Like with every system of thought, you will have to try to assess how people would create and enforce anarchism. You mean write a fiction book?
Okay, hold on. How people would create and enforce anarchism?
Yeah.
You mean govern it?
Yeah. What would your mechanism of enforcement be in anarchism?
Right. Unless you can sort of suppose some sort of, you know, dynamic enforcement body, i.e. like Minutemen or something along those lines. You've got a de facto government. You just do. It's the same. It's the same way that the so-called. I actually had this argument not too long back. Stateless, classless societies being, that's the ultimate goal of communism.
Mhm.
Yeah, it can't exist. It just can't. It defies human nature and emergent hierarchy within social species. It's impossible. Sorry.
It does. It was one of the things that I always wanted to have a conversation, not a debate, with Eric July, Young Ripper, about. Great comic book guy. Subscribed to him for a long time. Love his shit. Glad his business is taken off the way that it is. But he's, I don't know what he would particularly describe himself as, an anarcho-capitalist or what, but he is very much into, very much into calling out the statists and whatnot and so on and so forth. And he has had these really lame people come on and argue. And his retort has often been, just because it's never existed before doesn't mean it can't exist in the future. That's a fallacious comment. That is true. But if we are going to go in that direction where we cannot take any examples from the world as being instructive to what is, what was, what is, or what can be, that means we have to wipe off the table every single reference to everything that's not conceptual. He makes all sorts of arguments that are not conceptual, but based in, hey, look, individuals we can't use any real world examples because they're not instructive, remember? Otherwise, if they are instructive,
Right.
we have to allow back in the argument that this has never worked every time it's been tried. Did you want to allow that back in? It's like, no, okay, then back to the conceptual, sir. I can't believe that he would bring on people that just didn't really, and I mean, God, he's a forceful personality, so he can just like run roughshod right over top of a lot of people. I'm not saying I would do spectacular with him because he's a hell of a strong personality, that guy, but sorry, bro, your political leanings are a little more than a little unrealistic.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing with people sort of from that point of view. It's like, okay, their points of view will never update purely on the basis of having such a forceful personality that they can run roughshod over people who are pensive, who are a little more who are less zealous, shall we say?
Yeah.
Because the people that could match him in zeal are not going to be the kinds of people that develop well thought through rebuttals to his particular ideology, right?
Yeah.
Typically. Just because it's not happened before doesn't mean it couldn't happen.
Step 5, familiarize yourself with anarchist symbols and flags. Like all political movements and social organizations, anarchists use symbols to identify themselves and their principles. These symbols are very based on place and have changed over time. The original black flag symbol emerged in the 1880s. Over 100 years later, the circle A symbol became the predominant anarchist symbol. Other symbols exist as well. Are you going to talk about the anarchists that bombed the U.S. Capitol building in the early 1900s? No, we don't want to talk about that. Moving along.
So
It was just
silly.
Yeah.
Those would be those extremists that were planted by the government to, that was all a psyop, Polly.
Right.
Didn't you know?
Learn about capitalism, Marxism, fascism, and other political ideologies. Oh. The bad things where anarchism is the good thing. Yeah, you haven't set up that dichotomy here at all. Like capitalism, like in the symbol, like almost looking like a religious symbol, like a yin yang or whatever. Fascism is just like some cop beating some dude. And communism is Soviet Russia, which was run so well and such a joy for the people to live in. That's
star communism.
Know about your quote competition. Know what is important about other systems of thought so you can emphasize how your viewpoint is preferable. We have all the good things. You have all the bad things. Well, when your thing has never existed, you can always claim it to be good.
Jesus.
Understanding the arguments for government control, law, and order, know that statism is founded on the idea that human beings cannot effectively organize themselves into on an egalitarian basis. They need a centralized state to defend against totalitarian governments, to police the populace, to handle violence, gangs, and more. You guys represent like the politically violent gangs, though. I mean,
yeah.
And it's like, I get it that the government is maintaining their control over the legitimate use of force from your perspective, but that doesn't make you any less of a violent gang. Now you're just banging out in the street with the government. You're not an idealist of any sort.
Yeah, you're government and anti-government, not anti, but ante. Like Pope and anti-Pope.
Yeah.
You're illegitimate. No, you're illegitimate. You're illegitimate. Your mother's illegitimate. How dare you? This makes you illegitimate.
And more generally, to have law and morality and the systems of currency/money, trade and commerce/the economy in order to avoid war at the international, national, and state and local government levels and group and individual conflict. Wow, you are a terrible writer. Let's just call you what you are, you commie fuck.
You know, one of the things that's always amused me actually is of the anarchists that I know a handful. You know, I know people.
Right.
Some people. How many of them are pro-EU?
Really? A supranational state. They're pro-EU.
Yeah.
Anarchists.
They're a trade. They're a trading bloc. They're a trade syndication between nations. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I gotta
They're
listen
not
to that fucking
supranationalists.
tripe from fucking Drunkle. I don't need to hear it here. That's what he had. Oh man, as soon as he told me he voted Remain, I was like, what? You voted Remain? Because it was just a trading relationship. I'm like, you can have trading relationships without being part of a supranational state organization, man. I mean, the United States is not in a supranational organization with Canada or Mexico, but has strong trading relationships with both. What? You can't get there from here. It was just this. Then why did you need all the other stuff? It's a trading relationship with a lot of other very expensive controlling steps.
I have a trade. My company has a trading relationship with a company in fucking Japan. They don't tell me who I can and can't employ.
No, I hear you.
Jesus.
I do like the picture that they picked here. She's like, gotta take my time with this. Like, she almost looks like she's in the middle of like a morning religious devotional or something. You know what I mean?
And when I prayed at the shrine of anarchism, the spirit of Kropotkin came to me.
When I think
And
of
he
exploding and crumbling government buildings, oh, my heart just starts to get all aflutter. Number 7, take your time. You are developing a worldview. Don't rush into it because it's faddish or because you're bored. You mean the reason that most college students get involved in black bloc bullshit? Because they're bored and it's an awesome fad and it allows them to feel that they're at the top of moral mountain with no actual consequences to their actions. So we get to fuck shit up, break shit, be against, quote, the man. And there's no threat of any consequences to any of this. Plus, we're the most moral agents in the world. Why wouldn't you want to be involved? Well, because it's a giant form of self-fraud, that's why. But, you know, anyway. But let's allow her to stay in her moment of anarchistic bliss.
Quiet reflection.
Yeah. She has to take a breath and just relax. Oh, I'm overtaken with thoughts of freedom and self-determination. Oh, hell yeah. This guy's got the... Yeah. Okay. Lifestyle. Start with yourself by living as an individual in your way. Take control over your own life to the greatest degree possible. Nobody owns you, but you live in a society. No authority over you is legitimate unless you violate the rights of others or voluntarily grant the authority to others in work, play, or community governments. Just as you should not have authority over others if they don't consent to it. Jesus Christ. That
You
system,
live in a society.
that system currently fucking exists, bro. Like, it actually does. It's like, oh, well, these are slave wages. Go get another job. You haven't been assigned there from central planning. Glasnost didn't tell you where to show up at what radio factory to work, and if you don't, you're subject to arrest. You can take a job anywhere you want. Yeah, I realize it. There's a phrase for it. It's called terrible freedom.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks. What do you mean? Where am I supposed to get a job? Like, which place am I supposed to go to? Terrible freedom. There's a lot of ignorance in it. Like, I don't know where to. Like, classic ignorance. I don't know. Yeah, you've got to do it for yourself. You got to figure it out.
Take some responsibility for your own fucking freedoms.
Yeah.
Fundamentally.
And it's like, oh, well, this is slave wages. You agreed to them. You can leave at any time you want. You're not in a Chinese sweatshop. You're not chained to the table as an 8-year-old child making Nikes.
Yeah.
Or assembling
look,
iPhones.
If you are in a place where truly there is only one company that it is viable to work for, and they basically fucking own everybody in that place, there are mechanisms and protocols available to challenge that. Because that would be considered monopolistic. At least within the context of wherever the hell it is that you're fucking living. You can challenge that. We have ways and means of doing that.
And if you hate this shit so much, why isn't like the United Arab Emirates and Qatar one of the most hated places that you can think of on earth where actual slavery is still running with millions of people living in indentured servitude? And instead you focus, I mean, look at the background here. Like, what is it? Like the out of focus background. That's a Starbucks right there, some fucking market, a fucking bodega beside it. You know what I mean? Oh, you know what I mean? Where all these consumer products are free for you to purchase or not. If you have the currency because you have willingly used your fucking time and energy to labor for a wage, fuck off. Seriously, get fucked. Like, you want start with yourself by living as much of an individual and in your own way. Yeah, start by realizing you can walk off of any job you fucking want.
You have the luxury to do so. As a result of democracy and capitalism.
No, we should go to a government and force them to pay us a particular wage. Yeah, that's a step towards socialism, where everything is centrally planned by a centralized government that has the authority over private businesses to decide what you're paid for a livable wage. Okay, I'm going to stop ranting. We're not supposed to do politics here. This is your fault, Sam.
I didn't send you this fucking wiki out.
It's the pictures. Look at this. This is fucking great. Lifestyle. And they have not consented to it. Find a way to remedy the situation. Talk to them about their anarchistic beliefs. Let them be. Explain that you wish to create an egalitarian relationship. With my little shaved head, I think this is a woman. Not certain. They're living as an individual, so I can't quite be sure.
Within the sample size of one, there cannot possibly be masculine or feminine, ergo no man nor women. We are only the individual.
Number 2, consider your relationship with hierarchical authorities. Many anarchists have issues with the government, hierarchical religion, and large regimented corporations. Think about your relationship to each one of these entities.
This
Sam,
is the part where it gets all hippie.
I'm just saying, okay? If I had the option to live under Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, or Islam, I'm going to pick Christianity or Judaism, just saying.
Not Buddhism?
No, not Buddhism. Buddhism is a dude. I mean, I know that the Chinese government has been, bashing down on the Tibetans for a while, but the Tibetans are, before the Chinese communists, illegally and brutally rolled in there, were running an authoritarian system where they were at the top of a aristocratic class, a caste system, where the monks ran everything and everybody from given families ran everything in Tibet, and everybody else were serfs. They couldn't leave where they were at. They had to stay where they were, etc., etc., etc.
Kingdom of the cloth, if you will.
Yeah. It was not a better... Okay, hold on. Anything is better than living under communism or Islam. Anything. Like the kind of repression that you're going to fucking suffer. The worst thing imaginable would be communist Muslims. Like, Egypt. I'm sorry, what? Nasser in the 50s? Like, what happened when the new Muslim government decided to, open up relations with the Soviet Union and go full commie? Was that a great place to live? No!
Yeah.
No!
Yeah. Well, you know, they had to get the sand for all that concrete from somewhere.
Not Islam? Pay your jizya? Yeah, I know. That's exactly it. I'm saying, if you're a Christian in the Middle East, where's the best place to live? Israel. Well, that says a lot, doesn't it? Considering the very colorful relationship Christianity and Judaism have had. I'd be hightailing it to Israel. Like, Sam, where would you live in the Middle East? Seriously, you know it would be Israel.
As possible.
Yeah,
presently Israel. Before a lot. I don't know. Is Turkey still considered the Middle East? It is in my mind.
Yeah, it is in my mind
it's
too.
The Near East, isn't it?
Well, they want to. They don't want to be anything. They want NATO membership, for God's sake. What are you fucking? You right? You got to be fucking kidding me. You're an Islamo-fascist state. Are you fucking joking?
They are now.
Yeah, they are. Consider your relationship with hierarchical authority structures.
You mean every fucking... Oh, Jesus. Every societal structure. Every societal structure is necessarily hierarchical. Again, emergent hierarchy, people. It just happens.
So what? We're just supposed to live like the lobsters, Sam? There's a 5-year-old throwback for you.
Oh, God, yeah. So you're saying we should live like the lobster? Yes. Yes. Never die. Be functionally immortal. You will only ever die because you run out of sufficient energy to back the molting process.
And I was just about to say, and on occasion you molt and are delicious. It's a win across the board. Delicious. Yeah. Homard for the win. Am I right?
Okay. I'm gonna let that one slide. Get big old motherfucking claws.
Yeah.
Your status in society is determined by how big them fucking hands are.
Yeah, you can swim backwards with ease.
Bro.
Now, you're not smart enough to figure your way out of a simple trap, but I mean, other than that...
Frankly, few people are.
Okay, quick callback to the beginning of the stream. Quiz sent me a 4-panel cartoon one time, and there's this guy looking at a bear trap, like the classic big steel jaw bear trap, and he says, God, animals are stupid. And then in the next quadrant, it was him looking at a mouse trap, or the large ones, the rat traps. And he's like, I can't believe they fall for that bait. And then the third one was the raccoon traps, with the trap door that falls down once the raccoon enters the box, or a coyote trap, whatever. And it's like, God, animals are so stupid. And then the fourth one was him, that guy walking into a Games Workshop store.
I mean, of course it was from Quiz. I was going to say you could apply that to anything. I was envisioning a Starbucks myself, but
yeah, Starbucks. Listen, as a coffee fanatic, I love French press is my weapon of choice most days, but I love me some espresso, and it'd be dangerous for me to procure an espresso machine. I'm not going to kid you, because it'd be shots in the dark. I test coffee all the time.
Shots in the dark.
You've never heard that before?
Corner.
That's what all the one-off coffee shops around where I live at call it. Shot in the dark is the dark roast with a single or double shot of espresso. That's right. Espresso, no X's in there. Valine.
I have to shout at my father every time he calls it an espresso. It's like, Dad, we live next door to fucking Italy. Come on.
And Turkish coffee is fucking delicious, even though it didn't originate in Turkey, so I don't understand why we call it that. Same thing with a French press.
Yeah,
it wasn't invented by the French.
Tea didn't originate in India. And
where did it originate?
China.
Did it originate in China? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's like tomatoes being a new world fruit. Most people, think about Italian food without pomodoro. It makes no sense. But yet, they're only known to the Italians after 1625, I think. Crazy.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, because it's absolutely a new world fruit, vegetable, whatever. I don't want to get into that argument. Yeah, this guy's
Then
winning.
accept that it's a fruit and move on, Polly.
All right.
I'm just kidding.
No, but, oh yeah. Of all of the forms of coffee that I absolutely chocolate-covered espresso beans, even though there's no such thing as an espresso bean, they mean a dark roast bean, but you don't really need dark roast to make espresso. But I digress. I ain't doing no fucking Starbucks, yo. I don't. I want to go to the small little fucking place. Like that's because I'm not a coffee snob, and what is it with fucking Starbucks? Like I like dark roast. That's where I'm at, okay? But their dark roast is a bag of fucking char. I don't understand it. How is it that you over roast everything? Like their medium roast is everyone else's dark roast.
Not for coffee snobs. Yeah. Starbucks is not for coffee snobs. Starbucks is for, you know, white girls in their 20s who like milkshakes.
You mean Valine?
Look, and look, white
not
girls
that she's in her 20s. I was just rolling off of it, you know. I just
20
saw
inches, you know.
I just saw
He's
she
gonna
returned
kill
to
me
chat.
later.
Come on, Valine. What fun would it be if we were in a project?
By white girls in their 20s, that does not preclude, you know, people of any racial background or you know, sexual determination. You know, it doesn't. One can be a black male in his 50s and still basically be a young white girl.
Yeah,
in the 20s.
Yeah, if you want, you know, people are sick of the pumpkin latte. Pumpkin spice latte and pumpkin spice everything. Pumpkin spice vodka, pumpkin spice soap, you fucking name it. Starbucks is responsible for that. Put the blame where it actually lay. Starbucks.
Mm-hmm.
It just, no. And I mean, I don't understand it. Like, I have bought from Starbucks because the options were, like, non-existent, limited, right? Yeah. I remember when I went to that conference and I was there for 3 days and I was staying at the hotel that had a massive conference center where it was happening. And the only coffee joint in the whole fucking place was a small Starbucks, and you should have seen the fucking line outside the front of it. And like, I mean, they had controlled the market. They were like the only heroin dealer in town and addicts everywhere. That's what was going on. And yeah, I lined up, sure, because coffee. You know, they didn't have the little makers in the room. Can you fucking believe that? What fucking with the prices I was paying?
Starbucks probably had a deal with them about that, because you better believe that
at the Marriott New Orleans.
Oh yeah,
that's where it was at. You fucking think like Starbucks pulls weight like that?
Yeah,
Jesus,
absolutely.
Fucking hell.
I reckon so. I wouldn't put it past them. Shady motherfuckers burning their dark roasts. Yeah, absolutely.
I can't understand the whole Starbucks thing. Like, the girls that I know in dorms and at campus and whatnot, that on their way to campus, they will stop at Starbucks and then continue on to campus, because you'll see them walking around with their big ass Starbucks cup, right? And it's like, God, you could have waited till you got here and got a coffee that was completely fucking comparable for less than half of what you paid at Starbucks.
Oh, no, but it's the status. It's like, why would you? I got this new Louis Vuitton clutch. It's like, why? Why? You could fit everything that you're carrying in that in the fucking pocket of the thrift store summer dress, sweetheart. You don't need a fucking Louis Vuitton clutch.
Okay, hold on. There might be a problem here, Sam.
What's up?
Okay. Valine says, I don't like pumpkin spice either. If I'm going to be basic, it's a peppermint mocha. Now,
still want to hit her.
Am I to understand that a peppermint chocolate coffee is basic?
I mean, depending on the time of year, you know, Christmas and all that.
Because I happen to like mint chocolate coffee. Am I basic, Sam?
You're a basic bitch.
Oh, damn. No, this is a horrifying.
You're a white girl in her early 20s, man. That's what you are.
But there's no, like, extreme cream. Like, you know what I mean? Where it's well, that's the whole point of what makes it basic, is that they don't like coffee. They like, you know, melted coffee ice cream. It's so creamy and so sugary that they cannot taste the coffee anymore. It's quadruple cream, quadruple sugar, and then some other kind of fucking flavoring. That's not a peppermint mocha. coffee, at least as
You
I
mean to
have.
tell me that you can you can taste anything else other than the peppermint and the peppermint mocha?
Yeah, it tastes mostly like dark roast coffee. I mean, I make it myself, and it
Well, if you make it yourself, perhaps we can forgive that. Perhaps we can.
there's no cream involved. You just use don't get quick powder like chocolate powder. Like buy like a reasonable powdered coffee or powdered chocolate rather. You know what I mean? And then peppermint or spearmint extract. And oh god, don't overdo that. Holy shit. It's like, oh man.
One or two drops tops.
Tops. Like I remember when I found out like we overdid it. I was talking to Reaper the other day about this, like the nutmeg threshold, where like this amount of nutmeg is fine. Oh, more is fine. More is fine. And all of a sudden one granule too much and it's like burn ya.
Takes your fucking mouth out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there.
It is really hard to measure out drops out of that stupid little bottle of organic mint extract, and whatever you do, don't spill it. It's like that shit is real extract from mint leaves and shit. It's a dangerous little fucking bottle. I keep that thing in a fucking Ziploc bag now. After a certain incident,
aerosolize that stuff, and you got a mace alternative. Jesus.
I remember when I was fucking around with it. I'm like, oh, I could put a little bit more in. Oh, I could put a little more in. And it doesn't have a drop top. It has like a little, when you snap open the top, it's got like a little pour spout, and it is a small pour spout, but it's still a pour. It's not a drip.
Yeah, no, that's no good. That's no good. You need a dropper.
You know what I ended up doing is pour some onto a teaspoon. And then I can drizzle off the teaspoon and then put the teaspoon into the coffee and stir.
Yes.
I don't have a glass eye dropper, so that's all I'm working with.
Pipette. Pipette. I need a pipette for my mint extract. Sophia, go down to the store. Fetch me the finest pipette.
A pipe? What the fuck is a pipette?
It's the dropping thing that you use in a chem lab.
How you spell it?
EIPETTE.
Holy shit, you're right. Huh.
Very useful implements. I'm surprised you don't have any. Or if you do have... I would be surprised if you didn't have some, considering the painting that you do.
I don't.
You should get some.
Well, you know why? Because I don't buy Citadel brand fucking paint, Inquisitor. Okay, I don't pay 3 times as much for the same paint. I buy Vallejo, or as I affectionately call it, Valley Joe paint, and they come in eyedropper bottles, so I can put out drops directly from the bottle.
Yeah, but for mixing purposes, Polly.
You know what I do have is little soft plastic bottles with a needle dropper tip on them.
Ah, fair play. Yeah,
and it's once you, and I'm only dripping my own homebrew thinning medium in there. And if I were to take one of those that I use for paint thinning, because always thin your paints, and put spearmint extract or peppermint extract in there, I mean, it's dedicated. Lest all of my miniatures would smell like, a white girl chewing gum. Yeah.
Would that be the worst thing in the world?
Well, why do your minis smell minty?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Dr. Functional is Valley Joe. Thank you, Polly. Poor, what's her name? Oh, the lovely lady we were talking about the other day, older woman. Smart, one of the minions. We'll talk about how we haven't spoken to her in a while. Prospero. When I said Valley Joe in front of her, it took her about 10 minutes to get over it. My husband owns Vallejo paintings that you would... It's like that time I said antipodes. She still bugged me about it for like a year afterwards. She goes, "You mean antipodes?" I'm like, whatever. I did. Antipodes.
Oh, shit. And yet nobody complains with the word hermaphrodite when it should totally be hermaphrodite.
I knew she had a dick. I knew it. Okay. What were we doing here? Something about anarchism, I think.
I'm quite sure. I think we should probably move on.
Oh, someone else is doing a devotional. That's nice. But it's like, come on. You work at the same place that I do. You take a fucking paycheck, lady. Are you fucking crazy? What do you mean you're a fucking anarchist? You live under a system of law. You called the cops last week. You don't even own a firearm. How are you going to protect? What do you mean you're an anarchist? Well, I read this book. That's their conversation in my mind.
You mean he's mansplaining?
It's disgusting,
Typical
isn't it?
statists and their societal structuralisms.
Promote anarchy. Hey, man. Have you heard about the wonders of a stateless society?
Have you heard the good news? Turns out we don't need no government.
For Christ's sake.
He's like, come with me, my friend. I show you a glorious anarchist society.
Right? There's no
Not sure why I
reason you
went
should
Middle
have to
Eastern there.
pay the taxes. It's... Nice. Prepare to respond to accusations. Hey, you should be an anarchist. Excuse me. I'm Amish. What is happening here?
Oh god, is it because the Amish don't have a singular structured government?
Maybe?
Or something?
Have you heard about anarchism? I'm Amish. We were anarchists before it was cool.
And have continued to demonstrate that anarchism is not cool for the past couple hundred years or so.
Yeah. Wait a minute, if you're Amish, what are you doing in that consumer bought designer sweater in this mall?
I think that's a Japanese dojo right there. Look at the background.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm
You know, as opposed to all the Persian dojos that are out there.
He's learning martial arts to, in an unarmed manner, protect the anarcho syndicate.
Exactly.
Of the
He's
Amish.
going to bash the fash.
Yeah.
With the katana that he bought off Wish.com.
Yes. Participate in protests, direct action, and grassroots organization. You know what direct action is, don't you? Bashing the fash.
Okay. Terrorism.
Yeah. You will probably have to make a lot of cold calls, put up flyers, and set up booths at local events in order to gain people's attention. If you truly believe in spreading your philosophy, these are all necessary actions. Wonderful.
Oh, yes, go convert the flocks. Oh, Jesus. Sickening, isn't it?
Organize anarchist events. Priceless.
How do you organize something that's
Priceless.
anarchist?
Why would you all just naturally gravitate towards each other? Don't you realize you're suggesting something that is the very antithesis of your philosophy? Satan wants you to come to mass? Like, wait, what?
I mean, he does, but...
Quiet, Protestant.
Oh, they'll just fire back with that age-old. Oh yeah, you know, we can't hate capitalism just because we are forced to partake it. They'll come back with that bullshit.
Right.
Oh God.
If this country is so horribly and repressive, why don't you leave it and go live in one of the places you claim to be a wonderland? Oh, because you're completely full of shit and you know you got it better here than you would anywhere else, and no one would put up with your whining and bitching in this fucking wonderland Shangri-La you describe.
Here you are free to express whatever bullshit you want.
Uh-huh. Ooh. It's the douchebag before with the beard. He cut his ponytail off. Or he's got it wrapped up in a tight man bun because he's a total homo. Ah, fuck. There's another poly we're going to have to cut. What's the timestamp?
Oh, dear.
Shit.
Okay, have you actually got the timestamp for that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because he drinks homogenized milk is what I meant. Homogenized milk. It means
Exactly.
pasteurized. Now I know anarchists are really into their raw milk, but this guy's an iconoclast. It's fine. Besides, no one's listening anyway, Sam. It's the beauty of having a small bar. It's only us weirdos here drinking.
Right.
Oh,
Sure, let's...
we're all done. Does anarchism mean not obeying my parents' wishes? If your parents don't want you to be an anarchist, then yes. Otherwise, anarchism doesn't necessarily mean disobeying your parents.
I would be tempted to reply to that comment with, "I pay for your food, you brittle-boned fuck."
Exactly. Where exactly do anarchists do protests, and how do you join them? Do some internet research and join some online groups. Get off my nutsack and figure it out for yourself, kid. Nice answer.
Yeah, let me Google that for you.
Why should people avoid collectivist and communist strains of anarchism? They are peaceful and just as valid. They shouldn't. Anarchism is a struggle to dismantle all systems of oppression. The state, white supremacy, colonialism, racism, transphobia, homophobia, etc.
And replace it with horizontal equity.
So
There's
what?
only one kind of horizontal equity I appreciate.
What the ethnic Han Chinese are doing to the ethnic Uyghurs within the state boundaries of that which is referred to as China? What kind of oppression and supremacy is that?
Oh, that doesn't count because it's not white supremacy.
That's what I thought. I was hoping I was wrong, but, you know, what are you going to do? Colonialism. Oh, you mean like the way that China has effectively bought most of Africa and its natural resources, except for the war-torn areas that are too full of slaughter to be bothered with?
Oh no, that was a bi-directional trade unification between the indigenous peoples of the African continent, which lest we forget was ravaged by white colonialism.
Yes. Look at this in a YouTube video on 3 rules for anarchists. Insurrection!
Hold on, are they promoting insurrection?
Yeah.
I was led to believe that was a bad thing.
I thought that was only white supremacists in America that converged on Washington, D.C. to deny people democracy. That's the definition of an insurrection. I had been told.
Yeah, on the first day of June.
Why are the midterm elections or what are the midterm elections and why are they so nice?
No, we're not doing that.
How to be a feminist and how to start a revolution. Nice.
Yeah, that should be required reading. At my local comedy club. Oh, Jesus. Should have another
so you're
article.
doing Noir Bar right now? Why didn't you let me know? If you don't want me, what is happening?
Wait, who's that?
That's Far. I didn't even know she was home. I'm cap locking yelling at her. I didn't even know you were home! Exclamation mark. Why aren't you here? You're making Sam cry.
Oh, hold on.
He's doing it publicly. It's
and yeah, just for the audience's benefit, the underside of this bus right now, it's pretty clean. It's pretty clean. You wouldn't be able to tell it had been in operation for I don't know 6-7 years, but no, it's well maintained. It's well maintained. You can see here's the prop shaft that runs from the engine to the wheels. I presumed you'd already messaged her before the show had started, which is why I've not said anything.
I was legitimately 100% under the impression that her work schedule only, like, she had told me about her new work schedule, where, because she had been working 12-hour days, to her credit, 6 days a fucking week. Unbelievable. Okay. And the 1 day a week that she had off, because she lives in Australia, right? The timing didn't allow. So she wouldn't be able to do Noir Bar until this new work schedule that was just told to her. Oh, yeah, by the way, here's your new work schedule. Like, holy shit. Can you imagine just being told that?
Yeah, besides, we freaking hell. We've commented on it before. It sucks. We miss her.
Yeah. We miss you.
Don't forget to tell her about the part where I deliberately didn't pick an article because I wanted to save it for her.
Right. Yeah, you're right. We avoided articles until you could be here. I'm still yelling at her. Yell.
Probably don't yell that last bit. We're going for humility and self-abasement. Jesus.
People in chat are just like, this is the most disorganized bar I have ever fucking just. I know.
Yeah,
chat,
because Far's not here.
Well, yeah. I mean, we're a couple of dudes. We got, I don't know. We got no one to be like
organizing a.
We got no one to be on our best manners for, if you know what I mean. Like, damn it, Far, you Aussie polyword. Yeah. God damn it. Hold on here.
We must defile the Aussie.
Dear Christ.
I keep headbutting this bloody pop filter. I'm so sorry. It's
I
just
know,
the wrong height. Oh, blimey. All right, let me have a quick look at chat here. Let's see what's being said, shall we? Restore that. Jesus, YouTube, take your sweet time. It's fine, Not doing this live or anything. Right. BG says, at Polydub, you missed Far? Skipping time on the gun range, I see. Arf, arf, arf.
Wow.
Well, to be in Polly's defense, she is quite small.
Yeah.
He was distracted by those excellent boots. I'm gonna keep running with that. You can't stop me.
I don't blame you. Let's jump over and do the chip flavors. At the very least, we can make fun of that.
Oh yes.
So I do have them up. Thank you again for recording those. Boom. There we go. The 25 strangest Lay's flavors from around the world. Hell yeah. I would try these. Yellow curry. Hell yeah. Turmeric-based curry. Oh. I'm down.
Yeah, I've had those actually. They're really quite nice.
I would go for those. And like are they spicy? Like hot curry?
They've got. I mean, if I had to rate them out of 10, I would say they're probably about a 4 in terms of hotness. They aren't as hot as a sort of like your standard Indian curry would be. But no, they're very definitely curry spiced. Pleasant, very pleasant. Or at least the ones I had. Do bear in mind that I'm a great appreciator of spicy food, so maybe my scale's a little bit off.
You're not a fan of hot pepper? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, I am. I'm a great appreciator of spicy things. I've done the hot wings. I did buy all the hot wings sauces from hot ones. Sorry, I got all of those. Tried them all. Survived all the way to the end.
Well, let's start a scrolling and see what we come up with here.
Yeah.
Number 25, cherry tomato.
Yeah, I'd do that cheerfully.
Okay, you're gonna have to fill me in. How would a cherry tomato be different from a regular tomato? Like in terms of flavor.
Sweeter. Much sweeter.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Not so ketchupy.
No. If the chips weren't red, I'd find it weird. Now that might be weird, but I feel strongly about that. If they're...
Well, because you're expecting the tomato flavoring to be, a red dust of some description, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not unreasonable.
Well, all right. Number 24, smoky bacon. Fuck yes!
Super common in Europe. And yeah, they are great.
Bacon fume?
Yeah, bacon fume. Literally smoked bacon.
So, like, the thing that makes bacon? Smoking it?
Well, yeah. I mean, you can have unsmoked bacon.
You mean ham? No, ham smoked.
No.
You mean pork? Fatty pork?
No. It's bacon is given cuts of meat, and then it can be smoked or it can be unsmoked.
I thought bacon was just like pork belly. Yes, given cuts of pork. Yeah.
American bacon.
Oh, well. American. Jesus.
Yeah, we're here in Europe. We have multiple types of bacon because we're cultured. No, it's yeah. There are depending on whereabouts in Europe you are. The cut that they will take and then use for the purposes of bacon. It does differ. It does differ. Which is why Danish bacon differs from, English bacon. English bacon differs from French bacon, etc.
Crazy. I've heard wonderful things about Spanish bacon. I don't know how it's so awesome. I know Australian bacon looks awesome because it's got that extra piece of meat that's been cut off of American bacon, which I think is sad. I feel like I've been denied something. No fucking good. Christopher Rodriguez, America do better. American bacon producers do better, for God's sake. Okay, 23.
Provide your people with a selection.
Numb and spicy hot pot. Numb?
I have no idea. No idea.
What's with the... What is this guy supposed to be? A motorcycle magician?
Race car driver, presumably.
Numb and spicy hot pot. Now, I know what a hot pot is in terms of Cantonese cuisine, but this is... All right, whatever.
I'm not sure what a numb is.
Salmon teriyaki, I'm there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah? Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
It's fishy and sweet and salty, like and whatnot. Yeah, I'm there.
Have you ever had those seasoned prawn crackers?
I have. I actually have. Yeah.
Oh, aren't they good?
Yeah.
Aren't they so fucking good? Yeah,
they taste like they're particularly bad for you, especially when you turn around. You see, like, one of the main ingredients is MSG.
Oh no, you don't look. You don't look. That side of the package just doesn't exist.
They really are very, very good. Lar. They're called.
No. No.
Salmon teriyaki. Yeah, fuck yeah. Crab spice seasoning. Hell yeah.
Hey, man.
Belinda and I talked about this one for a hot fucking minute. Yeah, it's when Utz does it, it's Chesapeake Bay seasoning. It's Old Bay. It's Old Bay seasoning, and it is fucking delicious on potato chips. I have no idea why. I've never seen a Lay's crab spice seasoning in my life. It might be available in America. You'd think, like, in Maryland, you'd find it. You think in Virginia, somewhere in the DMV area, you'd find it. But
Right.
But nope, never seen it. I've only seen, like, Utz crab chips. Fuck, they're a mainstay for me, man. They're an absolute go-to. It's fucking delicious. So hell yeah. French chicken. Sam, explain.
I'm not quite sure how that varies from any. This is probably one of those things where it's not fucking French at all, but just because they didn't know where it came from, it's probably French. Masters of cuisine. Why not?
Is that the title you're claiming for yourself? Is it Master of Cuisine?
Polly, what language does the word cuisine come from?
I'm fairly certain it's Latin.
No, it's French. it's very, very much French. Fuck you, Italy.
Because the bag is orange, it's making me think like French salad dressing.
Nah, it's probably just roast chicken flavor, but yeah, from Foreignistan. What's that, Japanese, I think?
Yeah, kind of looks like it. And it's an old bag, man. 2010, Jesus. Number 19, roast chicken. Speaking of which.
There we go, roast chicken.
Poulet roti.
Mm-hmm.
I'm down. I think this would be beyond delicious. I bet you it would be so fucking savory that it would rival the smoky bacon in terms of like.
They actually aren't super savory. They are very, very distinctly chickeny. I think they used to actually use duck fat in the flavoring because of what a lot of people think of as chicken flavor is actually duck fat. But yeah, they are really good. They are really good, and yeah, I've said it to Valine before, Polly. But if you genuinely can't get them over there, I will send you some. They are to be enjoyed. They really are.
Yeah, I would love to be sent some roast chicken, poulet roti lays. Definitely. Yeah, Mexican tomato chicken.
Give it a go.
So salsa?
Like taco chicken.
This is like if it's Mexican tomato, so salsa then, right?
Either salsa or the the fajita fajita sauce that goes on chicken fajitas.
Right.
Could be that.
That doesn't sound bad at all, actually.
Is that not sauce?
Like because when you buy like the old El Paso taco kits, you'll get like taco sauce, which is just like the tomatoey, spiced, liquidy stuff, no chunks. It doesn't have any salsa chunks in it. That's what I'm imagining it would taste like, which would be fantastic. Because it'd be garlicky, oniony, tomatoey goodness on a potato chip. So yeah, that's a winner. I'm Mexican. Pass. Jesus.
Have you ever tried putting a little drizzle like pesto over a taco? By the way,
No.
I've heard it's good. I mean, I've only ever had tacos once in my life, and I'm not quite sure I made them right. So I don't know if that's the desired or the proper way of consuming them. But no, I heard a little bit of pesto on there really sets the whole thing off.
So it's like Mexican tomato chicken flavor. I'm seeing like a gravy boat that seems to be filled with nacho cheese. Am I to understand it's also cheesy? Which would be a good thing.
There's chicken broth, maybe?
Oh. Yeah,
like
okay.
White chicken broth gravy or something? I don't know. Mix it up. Get those and the regular fuck, I nearly said poulet roti. Roast chicken. Just mix them up. Just mix them up. Extra chickeny Mexican tomato chicken. Let's go.
Extra chicken. Hot chili squid. Fuck yes.
Yes. Every day of the week.
Yeah, I'd be so all over this. Where is this from? I don't like what is that? Vietnamese?
I would imagine so, yeah.
Hot chili squid. So. Fuck yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd be all over that in a hot minute.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, oof.
I kind of want to order some now.
Yeah, I want something seafoody and spicy now after the teriyaki thing and the hot chili squid. Yeah. Prawn cocktail again. Yes.
Yeah, it's super common in the UK.
So
super common.
What makes it the cocktail? Like, is it like cocktail sauce? Like
it's the cocktail sauce. Yeah, there's not actually any prawn flavoring in there at all. It's just the prawn. It's the cocktail sauce.
So it's tomatoey horseradish.
Kind of, yeah. It's very fruity. It's got a very, very fruity element to it. They used to be my favorite flavor actually of Walker's / Lay's Crisp prawn cocktail.
Oh yeah, I was looking at the prawn cocktail. I know Walker's. Where is Lay's known as Walker's?
The UK.
Oh, didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how come they get these flavors? What the fuck? I believe that's Malaysia. Gamer Valine says for the hot squid.
Is it?
I don't.
I wouldn't know.
I'll take a word for it. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I kind of want to go to eBay for this. I'd end up paying like $40 for that really small bag too. But
Check it out on Amazon, man. I sent Mitzi some McCoy's chips not too long back actually through Amazon, and it was like $12, I think, to get them shipped from the UK.
the pipette. Lays.
Yeah, two guys together in a bar, and what are they doing? Shopping.
Exotic hot chili squid Lays chips from country with a T.
Is that?
From Thailand.
Oh yeah, Thailand. Siam. Wait, is it
Yeah,
Siam?
from Cyan, yeah. It ships from the United States, which is convenient for me.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have the weight listed?
Later on.
At least, and they're fresh too. Look at the expiry date.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I imagine these things fucking last forever. Doesn't have the weight listed on the front of the bag. How unusual.
Yeah, maybe it does. It's just in foreign because
Yeah,
see that it
illegible.
says 2 NSUs, like whatever.
Yeah. Jeez.
Oh man.
Probably be further on down in the description of the item.
Oh yeah, and there's a 50 over here on the left hand side. 50.
That can't be 50 grams.
Would that make
Your average,
would that
your
make the
average,
bag huge?
your average bag of chips. Yeah. I was gonna say your average bag of chips is like 35 to 45 grams.
Ooh, I've had ketchup chips. They're good.
Mhm.
They don't taste anything like ketchup, but they're good. They're really
Mhm.
tangy.
Yeah, got that very strong vinegar element to them.
Lay's Max Macho Chili.
Ah, yeah, they're ridge cut. These were. Oh, they were a gimmick. They really were. They were trying to compete with McCoy's at the time. They're just chili chips, man.
Yeah, nothing to get excited about.
Nothing to get excited
So
about.
what's the whole thing of extra chips? Like a hell of a lot of flavor on the chips?
Presumably, yeah.
Zigzag in texture.
I think
Zigzag.
these are formed as well, rather than cut that way.
Oh, okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. Like Pringles.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. A potato snack rather than a chip.
Gotcha. 40 grams each, a pack of 5 for $34.
It seems a little dear.
Yeah. You can order the hot chili squid from Amazon for $14. Sent you some snack links to hot chili squid packs.
And where are my links?
Okay, wait. Oh, speaking of hot chili.
That's a spicy meatball.
Whoops. Fuck, where the hell was the
Oh,
chips?
You don't understand, Lucas. I need the chip.
What the fuck?
Is it not next to the... Oh, no, it's not, is it?
What?
What did you do?
Oh, wait a minute. It's in the very last. Of course,
we
it's the
go.
last one I look for.
Oh,
For
yeah,
fuck's
because
sake.
Marlene sent you the link.
Yeah. So Walker's prawn cocktail, lemon tea. No. No. No.
I'd try it, but I don't think I'd like it.
Like if somebody had a bag open and said, "Hey, you want to try one of these lemon tea chips?" I'd be like, "Yeah, all right," but I wouldn't pay money.
I'm not buying one of the 24, bag multi-packs. I'm not doing that.
No.
And there's my DM from Valine. Thank you preemptively. I'm sure it will be coupled with insults, but thank you anyway.
Why wouldn't it be? Ooh, wasabi. Yeah, I'd be down.
Yeah, duh. Duh.
Yeah, definitely.
And then I'd get some wasabi on the side, and I would dip my wasabi chips in some wasabi.
Yes, actually. Jesus Christ, that's brilliant. I would be
Like, yo, dog, we heard you like wasabi.
Have you ever had the wasabi peas?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, that's a thing. Like, like dried peas as a snack, but
Yeah.
they're covered in wasabi.
I've had wasabi sunflower seeds. They were pretty good.
Yeah. Oh man, they were clearly spiced with more than just wasabi. There was chili in there, and you could taste garlic in there and other things. So they were like seasoned heavily with wasabi, though. Snack peas, fucking fantastic.
Oh, that's Japanese. That's Japanese-based spice, though, isn't it? There's chili, garlic, and then something else. Like in China, I believe it's chili, garlic, and ginger is their 3 basic spices that they put with basically anything and everything. That is to be spicy.
Ooh, wasabi peanuts. That's not a bad idea. See, Sam, I have this long. What?
Wasabi pistachio nuts, because they're kind of meaty, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had those with wasabi. Those were really good. Anyway, sorry, you were saying peanuts.
Well, not just peanuts. I've had this long-standing thing where I want to get my hands on a half-decent dehydrator. Far knows all about this because she's got a dehydrator, and it pisses me off because I don't have one. Now, she does gross things with her dehydrator in her oven, like making crackle, as they call it down in Australia, where they dry out pig skin and eat it like it's food.
That's crackling, and that is perfectly acceptable. I will fight you over this.
I think what you mean is disgusting and retchworthy.
No.
You're eating swine skin, Sam.
I will make you some sometime, and I guarantee you will like it.
I see bags of it at 7-Eleven, and
that's not the same stuff. Don't do it.
What, pork rinds? Yeah, it's pork rinds. It's just deep fried.
It's not the same.
No, it's just
not the same.
Well, it's deep fried. Yeah, it's not the same.
Exactly, which is wrong.
You got to put it in an oven at a low temperature and let it fry.
You're telling me right now it's like, oh, I don't like chocolate bars because I went to 7-Eleven and they had these deep fried chocolate bars.
Australia's one big dehydrator.
I mean, that's just factually correct.
Because
God, yeah. Ayers Rock used to be a rainforest.
I have looked up. I literally showed you my dehydrator. Yeah, I know. I saw it. I didn't say you didn't have one, Gamer. What the hell? What's she mad about now?
Oh, who knows? These women. Jeez. I mean.
See, but this is my problem. Maybe you've been in this spot, Sam. I personally have been more than once. Okay, I will go to Amazon or wherever the fuck online and end up trying to make a decision on an item forever and paralysis through analysis, you know? It's like,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. I'm not the only one. Like
no. I understand what you mean. It's never happened to me.
Oh, you
I'm kidding.
son of a
Kidding.
bitch. It happens to every guy. It's nothing to make fun of.
There's creams for it, Polly. There's creams for it.
I went looking at the dehydrators and like Amazon. Yeah, I get it. In every comments or ratings reviews section, there's going to be negative comments. There always will be. But take a look at the dehydrators that are up on Amazon that are within the price range of sanity. Of course, I want the big steel industrial one. Of course, I do. You know, but they're like $400 or $500 or whatever. And yeah, Valine, I know you got the super special one, but they don't. You know, I want one about the size of a conventional toaster oven, no bigger than that. 4 racks. I'm not trying to make enough to start my own fucking jerky business here. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to make enough for me. You see what I'm saying? Like with a proper fan. Yeah. So the ones that are the level up discs, like the stackable dim sum wicker baskets. You know what I mean? So you stack up as many as you need. Yeah, the reviews on those are fucking terrible. It's like, don't put in your dishwasher, they melt. And people put up pictures of the melted discs on Amazon. It's like, well, this is crap. Why would you ever fucking buy this thing? They immediately shatter because the plastic's so fucking cheap. They don't work very well. Everything at the top gets dry while everything at the bottom is still like soaked with whatever marinade you used. It like still wet. And it's like, well, fuck this. And it's like, well, yeah, you know, buy the fancy one, but I want to be the jerk master, Sam. I want to do dry rubs. I want to do turkey jerky. I want to do fish jerky. I want to have all the marinades. I want to be jerk master Polly. I want to make t-shirts that
Somebody
say jerk.
Clip that.
I'll own it. You make fun of me all you want. I want to have bags of vacuum sealed jerk. Okay?
Wasn't Polly supposed to do a Noir Bar for the past 3 months? Where is he? Oh, he's just been jerking. He just won't stop jerking.
I'll be coming out with fresh flavors like wasabi turkey jerky. Like,
I mean, unironically, I would try that, but yeah.
I'm telling you.
He's in danger of jerking himself silly. He's already blind in one eye.
Jerk beef, chicken, pork. Is there any meat Polly won't jerk? No, there isn't. I mean, have you ever had
jerking every meat within reach?
I would make jerky. Like, have you ever had a Jamaican jerk spice? Anything like jerk chicken or?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that spice is the
Jamaican
seasoning
jerk chicken.
is amazing. It would go so
Oh,
well
yeah.
with turkey jerky made with jerk seasoning. Would be incredible. It would be jerk turkey
Yeah, like a-
jerk. Yeah.
Get any kind of like basic bitch whitefish as well. Turn that into jerkfish jerky. I'd fucking, oh yeah.
I'd be all over it. Italian red
Yeah.
meat.
It'd be all over me.
Well, that's a little vague. I don't even
I don't know what it is, but I put it in our pasta.
I don't even understand what you're saying. I actually don't get it. Like Italian moose? That's red meat.
That the Santa Claus a bastard. He landed on my roof one last time. I took his reindeer. I chopped it up into little bits. I make a chip. It's good.
Dr. Functional, right before I said it, wrote moose jerky, omega level treat. Yeah, exactly. I'd jerk all. Venison jerky, I'd be all over it. Deer jerky, in a minute. Ostrich jerky.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
You could order
I'm a little bit-
you could order dolphin meat. I'd make dolphin jerky and really freak out the
shit.
fucking hippies on campus.
Look, I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. Okay. Tuna tasted better before they started using dolphin safe nets. There, I said it.
Well, the dolphins are tasty too. They were part of what was going in the can.
Right.
Didn't you know the smarter it is, the better it tastes?
So that's why I've been hearing complaints. No. Oh dear. It's seriously though, what a red meat. Red meat. There's a bit of cow in there. There's
Yeah.
a bit of fucking.
I didn't even think of it that way. It isn't any one meat. It's just all the red meats. They just the scraps and the cuttings left over from the slaughterhouse floor.
Has anyone seen Tuco, the neighborhood dog, recently? No.
Lychee.
Oh shit, yeah, I'd try that.
White girl
I
berry.
love lychee.
It's
White
natural.
girl berry. Well, maybe.
Does it say natural and what? Warm?
I'm guessing so. Yeah, it looks like it warm.
Natural and warm. That's a weird.
Do they mean warm in like in the German context?
What is the German context of warm?
Hollywood.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Ein warmer Bruder. Yeah, a warm brother. That's what it translates to.
No.
Yeah. That's a very polite way of of referring to a Hollywood.
Holy shit. So a gorilla who knows sign language would be having unearthly taste. No, I don't think chimpanzees and gorillas are all that smart. I think we've overstated the matter because we've anthropomorphized them. I think the dolphins are probably smarter. That's my call.
Oh yeah, I just said so. They just don't have the fingers to articulate.
Exactly. When you got them
Literally articulate. Fuck.
Number 10, Kyushu seaweed.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'd try it. It's basically nori chips.
Mhm.
Fuck you, Noir Bar, you bastards.
Yeah.
We'll be back for fucking Advent. We're coming back for Christmas, you fuckers, and we're gonna Yeah.
On the
We're
first
coming
day of
back to
Christmas,
location
the Noir
1.
Bar gave to me.
Oh, well, hot lead is what I'm going to give to them. That's
Heart led through the front screen.
Number 10, mango. I don't know. I like mango,
potato?
but yeah, that's
Yeah.
natural and warm yet again.
It's like, I like the smell of petrol or gasoline, and I like the smell of fresh strawberries, but I don't think I'd like the two together, you know?
Wait. Look at that bag in the back left-hand corner, Sam. Are those blueberry chips?
I hope so,
Blueberry
because it looks kind of...
is my very favorite of all berries. I love blueberry anything.
Yeah?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why I bought 3 boxes of blueberry, because it only comes out in October for Halloween. Never had a bowl of blueberry cereal. It's the only blueberry cereal on the market. It's delicious.
Boob.
Not boobberry, boo. It's a ghost, boo, you know?
Don't ruin this for me. I want boob berries, damn it.
Roasted red chili with coriander. No, I hate coriander.
Do you?
I do.
Does it taste like soap to you?
It does. It absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm one of them people. I don't want your soap chips.
Yeah. No, I love coriander. I really do. I put it in my curries.
Hint of roasted red chili with coriander. No, you need a blast of roasted red chili sans the coriander.
So, roasted red chili. So it's chipotle is smoked, right? That's what separates it from
Yes.
simply being roasted chili.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, chipotle chips. They exist, right?
Yes, they do. That makes
Okay.
me think. Smoked red pepper. Why isn't there any paprika chips? I'd be all over those in a hot minute. Like twice smoked paprika is delicious.
There are.
Yeah?
You used to be able to get they were more potato crackers than they are chips. But you used to be able to get and Lay's produced them. They were paprika with a twist of lemon.
With a twist of
lemon and paprika.
Huh.
Yeah. They're really, really good.
All right, Darth Mando,
Probably
you have a good
can.
night. And Joshua Montgomery, you don't like cilantro. I do not like cilantro. That's why it's like people ask, do you like Mexican food? No, I do not like traditional Mexican food. I do, however, love Tex-Mex because it has lots of cheese and very little coriander.
Is it just the cilantro that tastes soapy to you, or is it the coriander seed as well?
Excuse me.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. Both, as far as my memory can recall.
I was going to say, I presume it's the same compound that gives the flavor to both, and as such.
Oh my God, yes.
Oh yes.
I remember talking about this with Valine. Oh my God, yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've dipped chips in gravy before.
I mean, this is what I remember. The first time I heard about this, and it was from Valine talking about these different flavors of chips, I thought that is the most obvious thing that why didn't I or anyone else think of this before? They're potatoes, potato chips, right? Yeah. Obviously, beef gravy, steak gravy is going to go fantastically on them.
Yeah.
It would just be a savory bag of deliciousness.
Yeah, and you could put some of the grated cheese in there as well, so it becomes, party food.
Hell yeah. Oh man, I'd eat myself fat on these fuckers, man.
Do they have like barbecue beef Lay's chips in America?
Not that I've ever recalled or seen.
That's another flavor for you. Oh. Yeah, they're pretty good.
Ketchup. Number 7. Yeah, it was good. It was good. I forget what brand they were. They weren't Lay's. Ruffles, maybe? I forget. I saw them in a store when I was on a road trip, and I was like, yeah.
Monster Munch do ketchup flavor. I know that much.
You got a chip brand called Monster Munch?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think they're owned by the Coca-Cola company.
Oh.
Could be wrong.
Oh no. Oh, it's real. Oh no. No. Oh, I don't want this. I love blueberry, but no. I'd try one if someone had a bag open, but I mean.
Okay, but How about a blueberry pie that's been made with potato flour rather than wheat flour?
Well, that's implying a lot of sweetness that has been made with potato flour, right? It's still a pie.
Exactly.
So you're trying to say these are sweet chips?
I would imagine so.
Huh.
I'm trying to picture what like salted blueberries would actually be like, whether or not it would work. I think I've got some blueberries. I'll give it a go later on. I'll get back to you on this one.
Magic masala.
Ah, yeah, nothing wrong with masala.
India's magic masala. I'd try them. I'm not really sure what to expect in terms of flavor, but I would definitely try them. What am I to expect?
Have you ever had a tikka masala?
No.
Mild, relatively mildly spicy. The kind of spice that's sort of like high in the mouth rather than at the back of the throat. Orange, like orange Indian curry sort of flavor, really. Very similar to orange Indian curries. Mm-hmm.
I mean, my favorite
But just
curries are
not-
definitely the turmeric-based yellow curries by a long shot. I figured that out. And the
Yeah,
delicious
yeah.
Japanese curries. And I don't know why they're brown. I don't know what they're based in, but Japanese curry is awesome. I've bought it and bought it again
Yeah.
because it was just that good. Now,
I think you'll probably enjoy masala then.
yeah.
Mhm.
Number 4, hot and sour fish soup.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd do it.
Love hot and sour fish soup.
Ooh, bear cock. Jessica Alba in her little shorty shorts and a slug. Bearcock, thank you for the $10. Greatly appreciated. The most depressing thing happened to me this year in a workplace accident. I was covered in diesel. It must have fried my sinuses because now I can't eat garlic and it makes me sad. What?
Oh. No.
I'd sue.
I would.
You've had an olfactory impairment. You can't eat garlic because you're fried. Like, why? I mean, you don't have to pay. Like, just saying chat. What? I can't understand. Like, it burns now, or you just can't taste it?
Presumably the solvent that's in diesel just fucks your sense it up.
Is she the hot and sour fish soup? No. She's what do you? She's holding.
Hey, look, I'm just saying.
She's holding something.
Chopstick.
It's intense and stimulating. Really?
I bet she is.
Yeah.
What
I
about
was
the
like,
chip, though?
holy shit, Lays. You got the happy endings lady with intense and stimulating. Look, she's holding a piece of seafood. I don't know what she wants to do with those chopsticks, but it's worrying.
She wants to beat us with them.
Mint mischief? No! No! I forgot about
I
this
don't think
one.
I'd try those.
Don't. The mischief is really what sets it
Oh,
off.
no, it's mint and lime.
I-
Mint and lime. No, okay. No, that's fine. I'd have those.
Dude, I mean, they could have called like mint hijinks, mint fucking around, mint jokes on you, cocksucker. Like, I mean, it's none of these are good.
Oh no. Dip a fucking. There's a lime and mint sauce. I can't remember the fucking name for it now. But yeah, you dip a chapati in that. That's good. That's good eating. It's a bit different.
Oh man, Gary Verleen's like laying out locations to get Japanese curry in LA. Fuck. Okay.
I will never visit that den of iniquity.
Oh God. Bearcock says garlic simply tastes like soap now. Yeah, that is
Oh, bro.
Sue. I mean, seriously, that is
Absolutely.
like an olfactory offense. Like it is, they've taken something from you. Yeah.
You want to talk about like quality of life? Not being able to taste garlic properly? Oh, fuck that.
Yeah, I would claim it's all sorts of things, just most predominantly with like garlic as a prime example, that it now tastes like soap.
Garlic,
that I can't.
and coffee, and
Yeah, like claim all the things. Like you have actually impaired my ability to taste anything. That's a suable thing because of something that happened at work. It'd be like having your fingers fucking missing. Now I can only jerk it with one hand or whatever, you know.
Genuinely speaking, as a Frenchman who enjoys his food, yeah, I would be sunk into a depression. if I lost my ability to taste like garlic or coffee or that sort of thing. Jeez.
Man, how are they putting? By the way, these can't be in like order of goodness. Like, how did you put mint mischief at 3? Number 2, cucumber. Oh God,
Oh Jesus.
I remember this one. Like, so salt and nothing.
Yeah. A hint of
Vague
dryer
greenery.
freshener. Yeah. I like my chips with just a hint of grass. Fuck off. Have you ever had a cucumber sandwich, by the way? Nothing else in there, just bread, butter, cucumber.
I thought it was bread, cream cheese, cucumber.
Oh no, the one I had was with butter.
I've definitely heard of cucumber sandwiches. Like, they're a high tea or low tea thing in Britain, aren't they?
Oh fuck if I know, but they're vile. Just what's the point? I don't dislike cucumber. It has its place in salads and adorning my, other things. with tuna mayo, you can put some fucking cucumber in there to bulk it out a bit. But no, cucumber by itself is wrong.
The Japanese, man. Of course it was them. And so what's number 1? Let's find out. Garlic soft shell crab. Yes. Big win for the end. Hell yeah.
Mix it with the crab spice chips as well.
Yeah. Or for poor bear cock. Soap. Soft shell crab. And I'm not even making fun. That's tragic. I'd sue, man. Seriously.
Yeah, that really is.
But hell yeah, I'd be all... Every one of the seafood flavors across here, like even the ones that are just associated with seafood, like the cocktail sauce one, they're all winners. Because I'm a big fan of seafood, and like every one of them sounds really good. Garlic soft shell crab.
I am genuinely surprised that they didn't include one. I mean, it was a novelty flavor in the UK for a time. I don't know if they're still available. Have you ever had English pickle, like Branston pickle?
No, I never have. I've heard about it repeatedly, but
it's a treat. It's a treat. They did for a relatively short period of time while I was over there. Not last time, but time before. It was just cheddar cheese and Branston pickle, and they were really, really good, really good. And I'm genuinely surprised they're not on this list, if they're even still available.
Ooh, Kefki's still here. She's like, I'd eat those chips. Crab is good. Damn right.
True that, yep. Also, hi Kefki. Sorry, I'm going to say hi, Ali.
So I don't know. I'm thinking about. I don't know. Every other channel has already done a so-and-so tries ordering Japanese, especially sodas and stuff because of all the bizarre flavors. I'm seriously considering ordering some stuff and do some poly tries. Does anyone want to hear about that, though? Me crunching chips with me not on camera going, these are okay. They taste like fish. Like, I don't think anybody gives a fuck. Honestly.
Pass you some Elio, of course, you've got to have a relatively decent palate for that. Do some qualitative analysis of the chip.
A fair description of it. Yes, it's the cat's pee on a gooseberry bush. That's how you end up saying.
That's me in a fucking perfume shop, bro.
You know what? I'm gonna fucking prove this because people don't seem to fucking believe me when I tell them that is actually a fucking flavor bouquet descriptor. Cat's pee. Okay. Also, kind of wine. There's a kind of wine that's even called that. I mean, just because it's a known flavor descriptor for white wines.
That seems like something a 50-year-old woman whose children have flown the nest. I don't know. There's something sad about it to me.
Cooper's Creek, cat's pee out of gooseberry bush, Sauvignon Blanc. So, like I said, it's just a
Sauvignon Blanc.
Yeah, you
yeah, fair enough.
You get into these weird descriptors for like some of them do make sense. Like, it tastes, especially for white wine. Let's say we're talking about that, right? It'll be, it tastes like a wet stone, or it has the aroma of wet stone, and it's like, right, you get the sense.
Minerally and
Yep.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
The descriptors actually do make sense. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, I see that. It's a, and then people say, medicinal and oceanic, which flavors that are generally described along with like Isla scotches. It's tough to describe. It tastes medicinal, like almost like don't drink iodine, but like if you're ever to smell iodine, like from like an old person's medicine cabinet or something like that.
Yeah, it's that very sort of high in the sinuses kind of, yeah.
Almost metal like, coppery.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you were like, sucking on a penny or something like that. It's got that hint of it in the background. Very common in Isla scotches, and you will get it from some barrel aging, depending on where they got their oak from in white wines. It's like I said, some of the flavor descriptors make total sense. Other ones are absolutely insane. Like they are, trying to think, like, sandalwood on a beach in the morning. Are you fucking?
Oh, Jesus.
Fucking kidding me.
Okay, sandalwood. Yeah, I know what that smells like.
Yeah. On
a beach. So, which beach? Because a beach in the morning in fucking Scotland is very different from one in the Caribbean.
Well, that's getting oddly specific there.
I'm just saying, if you ever have the opportunity to go to a Scottish beach, it smells like disappointment and heroin.
All right, and there it is.
Oh, wow.
I think we're going to wrap it up right around now. We have been on for, over 4 hours. Yeah, it's about that time. So, hold on here. I have the thing. Sam, any last thoughts or anything along those lines?
Last thoughts. No, not much to say. Although we do have a plethora of lists and articles to go through now. Hopefully, Far will be joining us again once more next week. Question mark? Penciled in.
We can only hope. I still have the jack-o'-lantern out from last week or the week before, whatever the fuck. It was the week before. We never got to do a Noir Bar. It's been like, I think 3 weeks since we've done one, which is sad.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, really got to get them up and going.
It's just our schedules just haven't lined up, have they?
No, they haven't, and that's what unfortunately ended up happening with Night. I was honestly under the impression that her schedule didn't allow her to be on, but I had mistaken it. So it is a happy Halloween thing that Far made last year, so I thought I'd throw that up because we miss her. And it's just not.
And it's adorable.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I thought this was really clever because like Far's wearing the otter suit and I'm wearing the bunny suit because get it, like it. Yep. I thought it was clever.
Cosplaying each other.
Yeah.
This is a thing done with anime fan art all the time. It's great. No, I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully, now that I have been relieved of my ignorance, yeah, Far was reminding me. She said, I'm doing this thing. Don't you remember? And I'm like, oh, yeah. I was kind of floating off of the thing that she could only do it on Friday. Anyway, hopefully Far will be available, and I will certainly do my damnedest to make sure of it before I go ahead with a bar that she isn't available. In any case, I drop that. In any case, that brings us to the end. And at last call here, live from the shadiest district of Noir City, I'd like to thank everyone for coming out tonight for our own little brand of 1940 booze-fueled banter. I'd like to thank Sam for being here and keeping me company at the bar. And finally, I'd like to thank all you generous people who tip the bartender. That's me. And we'll see you again next time when we manage to open our little illegal speakeasy here, because we have our own little brand of fun. And I enjoy hanging out with all y'alls. So, in the meantime, have a good night, everyone, and we'll see you again next time.
Good night, everybody. Hashtag fuck Noir Bar.
Fuck Noir Bar, bastards. We're coming for